Present day. Present time.
And you don't seem to understand. A shame you seemed an honest man. And all the fears you hold so dear will turn to whisper in your ear. And you know what they say might hurt you, and you know that it means so much, and you don't even feel a thing. I am falling, I am fading, I have lost it all. And you don't seem
Okay, up and
very
running.
kind. A shame that I can read your mind, and all the things that I read there can do the smile that we both shared. And you know
The stream off while I was waiting for stuff to start. Might have surprised some people, but no one's on, so no one's surprised except for people who click on the video. Let's get this bitch started. No one wanted to come and debate or discuss any of these issues with me. Fine. Let's start. Since this is a wrap up of the entire covering, let's cover a few downdrafts. And of course, good old Father Elijah, or however I'd like to call him, Father E, that I brought him up too often. Believe it or not, I found him in the comment section to be quite interesting. I thought it was a troll because almost the entire 31st minutes is a string of insults directed at Bethesda. But, you know what? He was rather settled, and there were some points he brought up that helped me. I brought up my whole plane crash that I used in my first episode. We'll get into that in a moment. Let's listen to some. Any Bethesda fans, watch out. He is quite harsh on them. But in reality, despite his constant string of insults towards Bethesda, he seems actually fair in many other aspects. It's weird. Duality of man, I guess.
Because they know who butters their bread. But perhaps I'm being a bit too harsh on Matten. After all, it's not like he is saying it is disrespectful to criticize Bethesda like Mr. Matty Plays did.
Yep, completely ridiculous. Got a Rags video lined up for right after this. Taking a break from just the Fallout 3. It's going to be on Fallout 4, which is something I have more reserved feelings on.
This is one instance where I'm going to stand there and be like, if you didn't like Fallout 4, that's great. If you like Fallout 4, that's great. But to call it a bad game is honestly disrespectful.
Or saying it is unfair to criticize Bethesda like Oxhorn did.
I think that's unfair to Bethesda.
At least Matten didn't go that far.
And that's not fair.
Looks like I spoke too soon.
Now, I've spent a lot of time looking into this. I've watched feature-length videos and read forum posts the length of academic essays ahead of making this video.
That was actually decently done setup for a video. It's trying to establish a precedence on Bethesda video game supporters. Completely acceptable, but putting him in lines with Matty N, or whatever his name is, or Oxhorn, hinting at that little poison in the well-ish. Not quite, but, you know, drop at a time, boys.
And yet, when it came to Kratos' response, the best you could manage was this shitty-ass Reddit post here, where you say you got 90 seconds in, and you say you skimmed through it, and you only list one thing, which you say sums it all up for you, and that is the...
Yeah, clearly many a true nerd couldn't take whatever Kratos said in that video rather well. He definitely didn't like it. It's hard to take personal insults. I don't know how bad it was since Kurtosis remade this video. It could have been worse, could have been just as bad, or even worse. I'm guessing the latter here. But yeah, I
Megaton crater thing. Remember how you just said it was unfair that people criticize Fallout 3? Well, what are you doing here by dismissing Kretosis's response and not properly responding to it?
because generally, if you start off insulting people or hinting at character flaws you think they might have, and etc., as I said, can't since Kurtosis took it down, I can't say accurately any way about it. It's just, I mean, Bethesda isn't a company. Completely, by all means, criticize it. Even call Todd Howard a liar. Completely acceptable. I agree he exaggerates to a extreme degree, and it does turn out making him a liar 9 times out of 10. Okay, I'll be nice. 7 times out of 10, it makes him a liar.
That is being unfair.
It's not really, but I understand from your perspective why it would seem that way. You're not in the shoes.
You cherry pick one thing. I don't believe for a second that you skimmed through it. I believe that you watched the whole entire video, and this
No, very doubtful. This just isn't how humans work. You, even me, who isn't really a fan of John, of Many a True Nerd, just found it grating and frankly intolerable. If I was the person Kurtosis was making a video on, watching his whole video, spinning my words as Kurtosis did, at least his remake, I don't think I might be able to make a half hour, hour at most before I would give up personally. But John, Many a True Nerds, has probably less time and probably less patience for that type of criticism.
this was the only thing that you could come up with a response to, and you ignored everything else.
No, I don't believe so. You're perfectly in your right, Father E, to believe what you want to. I just really find it hard to believe that Madden really would be that calculating. I doubt Madden cares much about the opinion of toxic people. This is just the side of the sort of positive criticism versus negative criticism. I like neutral criticism personally, but that's just me.
Because you have no real argument. Now, as for the crater thing, I have to say that both you and Kretosis didn't fully do your homework.
This is what I gotta respect him for. He just calls it like he sees it. I think some of his views are very biased against Bethesda, and that does color into his video and make it optically bad for him. But it seems like he's not choosing sides. He has a certain framing that is displeasing to some people, but I can see how it's appealing to others.
But I did. Because, like I said, I replayed the game, and apparently you guys missed this, but if you talk to Manya, who is the wife of Nathan, she will tell you the history of the town and how it was founded. Apparently, the crater wasn't caused by the bomb falling, it was caused by a plane crash, which was carrying the bomb. That, too, is unrealistic, because
And this is what I objected to, but miscommunications with that. Yes, the plane crashing would not actually cause what Megaton, the space, that was, he's going to get into it, I think, because he really gets into it.
Because even a plane crash wouldn't cause a crater of that magnitude. Realistically speaking, of course. Because, you see, planes are, by design, made as light as possible.
I think this is an assumption on him. I mean, definitely current modern day planes are made as light as possible. You can't exactly see, that's the problem with fictional worlds. You can't really say for sure that's the material they made it with. Yes, realistically that is the smartest way to make planes. Definitely planes, but you also need the technology limits of Fallout is really weird. I would have to go back and check. I'll just grant him this. Sometimes you just gotta grant someone this.
Usually with aluminum or aluminium, as they say in your country. I think the only
Is this a dig at the British? You know, I don't even know. Wonder what Father E's nationality is. He's American. Is he a? Definitely not British, considering he made that little crack there. Interesting little point there. Not going to get too much into it.
realistic way of explaining it is that the plane crash did cause a crater.
Okay. Yes, I agree with this sentiment.
But it was nowhere near as big as we see in the game. However, over the course of 200 years, the Megaton settlers probably dug out that crater a lot deeper than what it was to begin with, until it became what we see today.
Yeah, correctamundo. I agree with that.
And the water at the bottom of the crater is most likely either rainwater that's collected there, or probably water from the leaking pipes. There's no evidence that this was groundwater.
Yes, there's no evidence it's groundwater, but there is evidence that the purifier is pulling water, source of water from somewhere underneath. And yeah, I've been playing enough. Think about the geometry of Megaton. There's two possibilities. That purifier is pulling water from, that would be completely inefficient, and the game doesn't show people bringing water into the town to dump into that huge ass purifier. Huge ass purifier they have in town obviously has a source. So the two sources, I'm not going to say conclusively it is groundwater, but the one of two choices is it's a groundwater source, either a stream or a well that runs under Megaton or close nearby, that was possibly exposed by the crater crash. Can't definitively say that. I don't definitively say anything. Or else they built a sewer tunnel, or more likely used existing sewer lines to attach a water source from nearby to run into the fortified town. Those are the two most likely options for that.
Anyway, that's just a partial response to the Megaton crater thing for me. I'll probably go into a bit more depth on it later, but the really funny thing to me is right here in this Reddit post. Matten writes, "Yeah, sorry, this is an example of a type of YouTube video I can't stand. A series of unconnected..."
Yeah, I understand his concerns with that. Kurtosis definitely, if you were the target of his insults, as I was recently, you definitely would have some words and some ill will. I'm fine with trading insults. I don't necessarily believe that Kurtosis was purposely lying when he said, and in his video, he showed the actual point where he was saying that that Kurtosis was quoting Many a True Nerds from, where Many a True Nerds said that you cannot use speech to get the guard to let the children slaves out, which doesn't mean you cannot resolve the quest through speech. I said in a comment, it's a matter of semantics. Semantically, you have to use speech to you can use speech to get in, you can use speech to either convince 40, I believe the guard's name was. I played this quest recently just to double check this to be thorough. Or you can convince the prostitute, which is actually much harder of a speech check, I guess more fun of an option. And then you have 2 speech checks. One, I actually failed on the speech checks for the children to leave Penny, but I convinced Penny to leave without the dude trapped in a box. So that I resolved totally with speech. I think there is a way. You also need to hack a computer, so it's not solely speech. There might be a workaround, but since I had the skills enough to hack the computer and transfer it, that's the way I went with that. So it is possible. Confirmed it yesterday. Or was it earlier? Doesn't matter. I believe yesterday I confirmed you can use speech. I don't know what else to say about that.
In favor of digging for isolated counterexamples. You say digging for isolated counterexamples. Well, what the hell did you do when you dug for that Megaton creator thing? You say you skimmed through his video, and that was the only thing that you had any response.
Personally, I like Fallout New Vegas. See, this is sort of funny. I'm defending Fallout 3. I even was in a podcast, and my friend was like, we were doing top 10 because he wanted to do top 10 lists for our podcast, which was totally stupid in my opinion. Top 10 post-apocalyptic games, and he just had to freaking put Fallout 3. And we had another friend I just was like, okay, why don't we just tie it with Fallout New Vegas? Because I believe Fallout New Vegas was better overall. Fallout 3 had a lot of was probably the most different. And that actually makes it better than Fallout, at least 4 in my opinion. And let's not speak of Fallout 76. Oh, I got that as a gift, and I'm like, wait. Okay, might as well play it. Oh, so very dull. So very buggy, 76. It might be fixed now, but I have sour feelings. That makes it hard to even try to play with all the updates. Fallout Brotherhood of Steel 2?
To whatsoever.
So welcome to Growing Up Fast, the first area and mini-quest of Fallout 3. Technically it's the second, as you do get to play as a baby, but that's literally just character build, and thus it's equivalent in Fallout 1 was a menu. Let's omit that.
Most players do omit that. H-Bomb pointed out in his video that the most popular mod for Fallout 3 is one that lets you mod the beginning out.
Yeah, I have contention with that video. It's on my playlist. It's not evidence. I don't even like to argue. I don't like Matt Pat's. Not Matt Pat. It's just a game theory. Madden's theory on this. Opening and ending has...
The opening and ending that has opinions divided as to whether that content is good or not. And those who do say it is good are people who tend to go around and do the side content and ignore the main quest for as long as possible. But
That's not necessarily true. Definitely the side content is needed for a full gameplay experience. I will agree. Getting lost in the wilderness, like H Bomber Guy said, that people get bored with the main story quest. I disagree. I believe Fallout 3 is more designed to distract you from the main story quest. And if you play it again, like replaying it, I'm avoid going into the simulator. Okay, but of course, I'm on my second playthrough of Fallout 3 recently. I played it probably Fallout 3 probably a couple couple playthroughs in the original. I was disappointed with the ending. Anyone who says the ending of Fallout 3 was not misguided is a little jaded. That was probably the weakest part, the autumn ending. I mean, it wasn't the most horrible thing. You can say they went with a spectacular ending where you had a whole army and you saw the big robot fighting all along. But still, the end was sort of anticlimactic, especially comparison to 1 and 2, and even comparison to New Vegas. Because most people either went by themselves or went with the NCR or went with House and took it from the Legion. And the fighting's not the greatest, but it was slightly more intimidating. John of Many a True Nerd had a point. I think his point was moot about Autumn. Of course, Autumn was built up, and Lanius, I believe that's how you pronounce that guy's name. I'm going to have to play that again after this saga. Just popped up, but him popping up, being rumors about him, actually falls within even the Fallout 3, the sort of discovery of stories, the sort of mysterious. So I believe it followed the Bethesda track, hiding Lanius until the last moment. Caesar was the real person that you dealt with. I understand Madden's in reason for that. I don't think that was the best strategy to compare the two. I put that in some of my videos. I understand why he did it. Let me just move on from here.
But starting the game from the moment of literal birth was completely unnecessary.
Yes, unnecessary, but it was an interesting hook. It's definitely something that I actually agree with. It was something to people new to Fallout 3. I made this in my Mr. Caption argument. He had a problem with not starting from scratch. You getting a father, a best friend, a bully. And I completely understood Mr. Caption's issue with it. But it can be useful. You got to live your life growing up. And yes, it was on rails. And gamers, a lot of gamers hate hand-holding. But of course, you were a child. A lot of gamers tend to resent authority and not wanting to be told in general, especially a very vocal segment of gamers dislike that. And Fallout 3 forced you to learn. I think that was both a good tool, but something most gamers, even me, I usually just save before I get out after I experience that beginning. And any new builds I want to make or characters, I load from that save. I mean, when I went back into the game after all this years, I actually started from the beginning. It was sort of nice. It's all a matter of your frame of reference and your perspective. It's a great way to introduce this to someone new to this franchise or someone who just wants to be reborn into a video game world. Isekai is a big thing nowadays in anime. It might appeal to some people in that demographic also.
Later on in the video, you talk about showing and not telling. Well, showing your character as an infant is something that doesn't need to be either told.
Technically, they don't show you as an infant. It's first person. I don't even know if you can get the third person point of view in that scene. I think you can once you're a baby. This is actually not a very good point, I think, by Father E here.
Or shown. As H-Bomb said in his video, it is the...
I really think people nowadays are relying too hard on defending H-Bomb. That video was actually rather bad. Rhetorically speaking, it was amusing and it did bring up a few good points, but there was his compass example, almost everyone. It's not the perfect solutions for games, but over 10 years ago, it was a good solution. When people bring up, oh yeah, there's better ways of game guidance, I'm like, most people use the compass. Very few games go outside the compass nowadays. It's almost a standard in open world games. Ghost of Tsushima, that had an awesome guidance system. The guidance win was really a awesome technique. The game had flaws in other areas. Overall, it was good. I had problems with the dueling system, but I get off tangent. And let me keep focused. Way too wide in my interest.
Vegas doesn't do that with the courier. The only thing predefined about the courier is that he or she is a courier. And also, Ulysses claims that the courier made a delivery which caused the divide to blow up. Even that has no proof. Delivery aren't fully known even to him, at least argue about the precise circumstances and context of whatever happened. The problem with this vault intro in Fallout 3 is that it leaves an unwritten book, aside from being a courier at the time the game starts.
Not everyone will want that. Certain segment of certain people. The argument about it comes from the tabletop role-playing roots is a decent one, but there's also a DM in most tabletop role-playing. Most time they'll give you freedom. Some DMs will actually give you characters, or have you choose from a selection, or they'll want to review your character. This is something that someone well seasoned in tabletop role playing. Not even I'm that well seasoned, but I do have a decently close friend who was my DM, who I still, even in my waiting years, still keep in touch with and hang out with occasionally. And we talk about this. He's running on Discord. I was in a few of his campaigns. And different campaigns run different ways. Oh. You need to use cheats to see third person as a baby? Yeah, that was a minor point anyways. Unwritten bull. See, I understand the argument, but not everyone will want that, and tabletop role playing does not always roll that way. Okay, the age. Yeah, your age is fixed. There's a lot of things that are fixed. Courier has a little bit more flexibility character-wise. Doesn't give you any attachments, but there is more of an emotional hook that Bethesda went with by going with your father escaping.
Anything in their past. Maybe they were a primitive tribal. Maybe they were a legion frumentari, like Ulysses. Imagine them being pretty much anything you want. The courier's backstory, but it's a fucking baby book. You say, let's omit that, and I agree. We should omit that.
See, this whole argument I do not agree with. Maybe I will here.
Son or daughter. And unfortunately, Bethesda did the exact same sort of character railroading in Fallout 4. They seem to have learned nothing from their mistakes in Fallout 3 or from the better example of New Vegas, which shows
I really disagree. I think they actually learned too much from New Vegas. They tried to integrate a lot of the things with factions into Fallout 4, thinking that would solve the problem, but they were freaking idiots. They did not implement it the right way. They just threw the kitchen sink at Fallout 4 and expected to make everyone happy. You try to make everyone happy, you're going to have a lot of unhappy people. And frankly, anyone who doesn't know, I'm vehemently against the no food chain, Mr. Caption, food chain theory, because frankly, the plants are pretty much alive. I don't know why people keep saying it's dead. Mr. Caption obviously got that perception. It's not very clear what people eat, but I think I covered that in both the Mr. Caption and the Kurtosis video. No reason to rehash it here. See, like
basics of playing the game. For most players, this shouldn't be necessary unless it is literally the very first video game they've ever played in their entire lives.
See, this is definitely very, I'm going to say, gatekeepy and assumption based.
Very interesting, because what the devs choose to tutorialize first shows us what they think the core gameplay.
Yeah, I really don't like this argument. I mean, he is correct. He's making an assumption. Many True Nerds is making an assumption here. No, he's not making an assumption about Bethesda. He's making an assumption about Obsidian. I don't think Obsidian, they just wanted to let people out. They wanted to go back to the old rules. He is making an assumption about Bethesda, which is probably fairly correct, but his assumption about Obsidian is probably incorrect in this video. Still, he makes the argument. It almost sounds good. It might fool some people, but has a lot of people thinking he's full of shit. He really doesn't seem to understand the Obsidian interplay model of Tim Kaine. Not that I can be sure that Obsidian didn't try to do the tutorial. Not that I can actually debunk or say for certain that he's wrong about the tutorial section for New Vegas.
What they think the core gameplay elements are. Well, I took some notes on what I've observed the core gameplay elements are. I could have made this list longer, but I felt that pretty much everything could be brought.
Illusion of choice. I mean, I agree with illusion of choice, but everything's illusion of choice. It's how well you hide that illusion that matters. If someone wants to make both Fallout 3 and New Vegas, every video game, it's illusion of choice. You cannot avoid that. It's who hides the illusion. So it's really not a point. I don't really care for most of the rest. Oh, he just jumps ahead and me.
This is true in both the tutorial and the main quest. Eventually, he commits suicide, but then Madison Lee immediately straps on her dildo, bends us over, and then she becomes our daddy.
Funny, but still, H bomber point. Okay, I made the argument that every game has a MacGuffin. The father is the MacGuffin. Technically, it's not even as straightforward. He's the key you need for the MacGuffin, which is Project Purity. Might have argued that incorrectly, but he's definitely part of the MacGuffin equation here, just like the water chip, just like the Gek of 2. they are the target for the main story quest, and you have to. I really don't like this one. I don't like the sort of killing, little contrived, how they just popped up. You could say the Enclave was monitoring people. Definitely seems like something in character. They have iBots all around, so they might have been spying on everyone. Undecided on this. A little contrived how they popped up and took over, but there's some issues that I'm more in the gray area on.
With him. She became his daddy, and so he was forced to leave. And Madison Lee does the same thing to our character after James kills himself. James's suicide does seem a bit too contrived, if you ask me. Maybe the real reason for James killing himself is because he got tired of Madison Lee's aggressive, domineering attitude. Let's not forget, James left the project a long time ago and moved to the vault. Maybe the reason he left back then was because of Lee bossing him around.
I have to wonder about this argument here. It's a very MRA style argument. I don't know if it's done for humor or from a real place. This is a very weird argument. Another reason I didn't want to cover this. He definitely, as I said, I asked him if he's trolling. He says he's not. I believe him, but some of these arguments, either he's making a joke or maybe he's an MRA. I'm not going to put any assumptions on people, or maybe he just has a certain mindset that somewhere there, men going their own way. MRA, yeah. I think I can blame the men going. I think it's extremely limited mindset, but hey, to each their own.
Enclave gave him a convenient pretext that allowed him to look like a hero, but who knows. Either way, James offs himself. Then Madison Lee becomes our daddy.
Here she is convincing the Brotherhood to let you in.
Lions!
Of freedom and independence. But not in the main story, we don't. There are even times where we are literally frozen in place and cannot move, while cutscenes involve.
Yes, you're a good little boy or girl, okay? Just listen to your daddy until he decides to leave, fucking you over in the end. You don't have to like your daddy. I said this in the Mr. Caption. You have all rights to just completely be pissed off at your daddy. How you want to roleplay it. You need to get in a certain mindset to enjoy these games.
Involving the real main characters play out. We are forced to watch these cutscenes.
But getting in the right mindset is almost all video games.
Play out exactly as Emil wrote them, and we aren't allowed to have any say in anything. This was.
Sheesh. These Fallout critics, I don't even keep up with the writers. Obviously, Emil is an extremely hated figure. He definitely has a very dumbed down version of writing, but keep it simple, stupid is something you start out with as a writer. I saw Kratos' coverage of Emil's speech. Emil, whatever the fuck his name is, douchebag writer. I'll make anyone who just, I don't know him. I think what he said in the limited amount of time that I saw, keep it simple, stupid, is a good motto to start with, but you have to branch out. And you saw signs of that in Fallout 3. Can I say it happened in Fallout 4? No, I heard something about they gave a lot of the devs like little paper sheets and everyone put ideas on little sheets. And that's why the freaking quest of Fallout 4 seems so shallow. They just basically had everyone on Bethesda. Good idea in theory, but in practice, I don't think it worked out. They tried to match the amount of quests, and that was a failure. Everyone complains Fallout 3 didn't have enough quests. Despite what the critics say about the Fallout 3 quest, I think they're sufficiently deep. Right and wise, they have strengths and some weaknesses. Kratos' hatred of Agatha's song really makes me question his judgment. Riley's Rangers, I would have to replay that one. I have that on my quest log. I don't really care to defend that one. Superhuman Gambit, I started that quest again for I guess this would be my 4th time. You convinced the girl. It would have been much better if you could have seduced her. The Agonizer. That would be sort of funny. Some dominatrix-like stuff. Probably to rate it since you can't kill children and all. But yes, that quest I think has a certain charm. Everyone in the post-apocalypse is going insane. Yeah, well, think what you want about ML. Who knows how much of a hand he had. I definitely, Fallout 4 was definitely the writing of that. There was a few decent quests in Fallout 4. I did the Barren House, I think. It's been a while since I played. It was a little wacky, but I liked it. Had a good quest change and sort of thing.
That was a major point H-Bomb brought up in his video, but again, Megaton,
the Brotherhood of Steel, Dance, whatever, the Brotherhood of Steel. I think that was a good story, but those are the only 2 stories in Fallout 3 that stood out. Sorry, Fallout 4 that stood out to me. Minutemen were a joke. I understand it was busy work. Those trash buildings, since you had to build your own reactor, building Underground Railroad was just for people who wanted to play the frankly annoying stealth. Has any game really done stealth that branches out? I don't think so.
simply ignored that. You must enjoy your birthday party. Enjoyment of your birthday party is non-negotiable.
Diamond City Blues? Formerly Buzzard? Really? That the one you go to the bar and, talk to the guy? Or is that the one where you give, what's his name, confidence, the DJ? Not sure which quest you're talking about, but it's been a while since I tried playing Fallout 4. Decent combat. Story-wise, not much.
You want to go and explore the wasteland? Too bad. You have to enjoy your birthday party instead.
Yes, you're a child. It thematically... This is the thematics of it, as weak as it is, the sort of Bible, sort of binary, although it's not truly binary, it's bimodal, sort of like the trans issue. There's good and evil. I don't know if they did this on purpose, but they definitely made this very binary game. There is a little room to stay in the neutral zone for like the karma, so you can avoid really all the penalties for being good and the penalties for being bad. But bimodal is just a little weird thing. Staying in that gray zone is rather hard also. That's why that one perk for the speech is quite interesting, but it's very minor. Gray zone there. Like a lot of the quests, very binary.
$60 well spent. Am I right? It is impossible to either kill everything or kill nothing. Real main protagonists are unkillable. James and Amada can only be rendered unconscious. They are both essential to how the linear plot of the game plays out, and Bethesda does not allow the player to affect this in any way. Contrast this with New Vegas, where all characters are killable except children and a couple robots. Both kill everything and kill nothing playthroughs are impossible in Fallout 3. However, both are possible in New Vegas. Fallout 3 encourages over-the-top cartoon violence and murder, but at the same time blocks you from murdering any character that is crucial to the linear plot of the game. Somewhat paradoxically, you can't be a pacifist in Fallout 3 either. Putting aside for a moment the fact that a good at least 75% of Fallout 3's game post, someone tried to do a pacifist.
I don't know why this is such a big point. Yeah, forced to kill into Fallout 4. Bomber guy. Well, let me just cover H Bomber guy. I mean, a lot of Father E's points in this video. Did he even finish this up? Don't know. But wanted to move on.
Series that people love. Elder Scrolls, it's a series that people love. And like
and a little bit more of this video.
Oh, I don't mean to hurt you, but you know that I mean so much, and you don't even feel a thing. I am falling.
Skip ad. Okay. Another ad.
I said, we've reached the point where it's a year after release that all the flaws and the problems with these games can finally be seen.
Wow.
And they're out in the open because we're no longer, thrilled at this shiny new game kind of appeal that video games tend to have, because they're an experience. Fallout 4 was supposed to be that thing, and it really wasn't that thing. It was worse. It was a disappointment. It did.
Yep, switch the topic. Covering everything. Want this as a little break. Plus, this is one of the Rag videos that I actually like. Not that he's a bad guy, he just tends to get very sidetracked and unfocused. And he deals with a lot of stupidity. Stupid people. He covers a lot of stupid people, and even someone fairly intelligent covering someone completely moronic is just hard for me to watch most times.
Didn't represent a leap forward for the series. It was at best, right? At best, Fallout 4 was a sidestep from New Vegas. And I think a lot of people who played both do not consider Fallout 4 the superior.
Yeah, I will agree. Graphically, mechanically, there was a couple of improvements. Probably the companion system is one of them. Is that the only one? The mechanics, the companions. Yeah, okay. That's all I can think of. Let's see if Rags brings up any or the other. This is responding to a Matty Plays, who I have on this playlist if I get to it. Closing this all out. Won't be on this too long.
I certainly do not. Is Fallout 4 bad? No, absolutely. It's not a bad game, I don't think. But when you consider that New Vegas came out in 2010 and New Vegas came out in 2015, you ask yourself, well, apart from the graphics and how it looks, where exactly is the 5 years worth of improvement?
It's all the optional bullshit. They wanted the crafting. They wanted to streamline it. They had everyone work on those stupid stories. They wanted more stories to match New Vegas, because I'm sure they got criticism for the limited amount of quests they actually had in Fallout 3. And of course, they had to have food. Personally, not something I agree with.
Because a lot of us...
Well, you need to have a food source. Fallout 3 took a very obscure route of doing that, and it might have had some flaws that definitely caused some people to doubt it, but I do believe it works in the end. Argue with me if you want to, but you can you can live life on a primarily meat diet. You will suffer from a lot of problems that way.
Couldn't find it.
It sucked, no role-playing, yada, yada, yada. How?
You kind of gloss over it when you say it doesn't have enough RPG elements, but really that's something that crucifies this game for a lot of people, It's kind of what killed it for me. It's why one of the most apt descriptions of Fallout 4 is it's an ocean of content with the depth of a mud puddle. Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas were very capable role-playing games, RPGs, in the general sense, the colloquial sense. Fallout 4 was not really that. It was...
That's funny. I just reminded I was talking, I was on Patrice TV, if anyone knows about him, on his Discord server. Someone posted Skyrim sucks. And it was a bad video. Why Skyrim sucks. It was by someone who did Anime Abridged. It wasn't that I think Skyrim doesn't suck in a lot of ways. It's just the video was mainly bashing on Todd Howard and Bethesda, which is something I think is fine, but to make that to make Bethesda being a bad company that it's turned into over these years, it's not completely gone, but it's one of the worst, one of the top contenders for cool companies that really has become shitty to consumers. There's probably some background to explain it, sort of like with Cyberpunk 2077, but it's no excuse because they had the decisions. They went with the go-ahead. They made bad decisions. And if their next game isn't a success, I think people will just give up on them completely. Even some of the maybe not some of the insane diehards, but a lot of the fan base is like, okay, Fallout 4 was okay, had problems, but it was a playable game. 76, god awful. They have one more chance, in my personal opinion.
was dumbed down. It was definitely simplified. And it didn't need to be. It didn't step forward, it stepped back.
About putting out some ideas on how to improve the title instead of just abruptly bashing it in an unintelligent way.
Yeah, this is the kind of shit that makes me think that you are using this video to defend Fallout 4 from criticism in this weird blanket sort of way. If I play a shooter game and there's a weapon that's overpowered, that doesn't mean I'm obligated in the same comment to think about what changes need to be made to it. Does it need to have reload adjusted, magazine adjusted, minimum, maximum damage, drop off, bullet speed, total this, that, and the other thing, iron sight variability? Come on. This can be complex stuff. But it's easy to point out that there's a flaw in the game. If someone says this game is boring, they're not obligated to say, well, what things would make it exciting? Because really what you're asking people at that point is, oh, you have a problem with the game? Well, okay, now you make one. Go. And it should be kind of obvious when people say the RPG elements were dumb.
That's a bullshit argument. We didn't do a game right. You do it. That's total bullshit cope response, okay? You are the developer. Yeah, you have outside influencers. You have marketers. As with the Tim Kaine quote, marketers have way too much sway on the freaking video game industry. People want this, and this feature. Game journalists are freaking idiots. That has been established. Even before Gamergate and all that shit came out, I've always been dubious of marketers and game journalists, but I worked for GameStop before that. I had no doubt in them. I played the games. I could rent any game. I heard what people were talking about these games. So you live in that sort of culture. You play the games. You're heavily invested with it. And you talk to consumers and you get the real picture. These game journalists, these marketers, they just sort of branch out. I understand completely why there's a strong backlash to anyone who still supports Bethesda after the shady shit they did. But I don't think you should retroactively berate them for when they were still trying. I believe you can disagree with me. There were several things that were wrong in the marketing of Fallout 3. People praised it too much. It was not a perfect game. It was definitely, for its time, an enjoyable game, especially for people who played console, who didn't get all the PC exclusives. And it's simple as that. I really think Fallout 3 was sort of the tipping point. The top point? Maybe I'm wrong. Everyone has their bias.
Down, there are literally things that were in New Vegas that do not exist at all in Fallout 4. Implying that it is unintelligent of people to say that the RPG elements of Fallout 4 were dumbed down without on the spot presenting ways.
Yes, dumbed down is a horrible criticism, but the common folk, if you just ask a average person what their problem with it is, most people will give you a simplified. It's really for critics to actually get into the nitty gritty of what's wrong with it. Pro in Fallout 4, the stupid speech system, the vast amount of quests with very little content to it, the stripping away of RPG elements. I mean, there is some utility to the sort of card system, but I really don't. They could have had that and still have elements of the RPG, because that make building your character, like, the more elements, like Fallout 3 definitely should have kept the little wacky traits. Maybe it was too much work, or maybe it was too buggy to do that in Fallout 3 at the time. Bethesda definitely, even back then, they tried to push like Radiant AI. Definitely, they had to, what was that, introduced in Oblivion, and then they pretty much had to strip it and go with more basic code so everyone didn't kill themselves with the Radiant AI. The Radiant AI. There were some good randomization features in Fallout 3, but I don't think they used that system. They just sort of kept the idea and tried to build it around it. Frankly, I did a lot of research on this Fallout 3. There's a lot I don't know because really the notes aren't out there.
To make it better, and RPG elements in a game, again, that's game design, which game companies fuck up all the time. It's not simple. It's not easy. Well, to call those people unintelligent, that's asinine, and it makes you look like an asshole.
It's become commonplace while scrolling through my comments where each day I see intelligent discussion or people who just despise Fallout 4 and watch my videos to tell me how much they hate Fallout 4.
Well, it makes sense to tell you. You're the Bethesda channel, don't you think? The Model 10A Hunter in Battlefield 1 is OP as fuck, but it's not going to do much good if I go and tell C-nanners about it.
And I'm like, is this me? I'll go to other Bethesda YouTubers, and people will be engaged in this never-ending discussion on if Fallout 4 was a shit game or not. And it feels like anyone who likes Fallout 4 has to explain themselves now. And
well, they don't have to, of course. This is the internet.
Yeah, exactly. Just ignore the people who have unreasonable demands. Okay? I mean, criticism's fine. They are all in their right to give whatever criticism they have. You have the freedom just to ignore them, okay? They can call you names all they want. I mean, although not the biggest fan of Rags, I like his philosophy. Insults. You either have fun sort of with the banter back, or you sort of take it too seriously and become a freaking lolcow, okay? This is what I think about Kurtosis. If he does not chill out and just have fun with the criticism, he's just gonna go off the deep end one day. Hopefully he chills out. I mean, he definitely has some talent for making video games and writing. I think he's applying it rather manipulatively. He might be completely unintentional. His autistic nature, which I'm convinced of, I'm not calling him autistic, but he definitely has the autistic focus of some people who just fixate on something. They get the tunnel vision and they can't see anything else. Everything becomes black and white. All their enemies, everything they say. It's like Trump derangement syndrome. I wasn't the biggest fan of Trump, but people who just automatically did the opposite of what he did without even thinking about it, that was retarded too. Okay, reflectively hating on someone and rejecting everything they say just because you don't like what the media portrayed you as, or some of your attitudes or opinions with, is a little odd in my personal opinion, and just you need to think for yourself, think critically. I mean, I try to do as much research, take in as many people's opinions as I can on this subject, but unless you can present me with a solid argument, I'm not just going to take your words at face value. Like Buzzard said, I actually find Fallout 3 useful for upcoming writers what could be used in schools to show not how to write a story. I don't agree with that. I don't think it was a perfect story. I think Last Jedi, uh, there is an excellent case for teaching script writers not how to write a script with Last Jedi, but Last Jedi, oh, that was such an unbalance. You had the acting talent was partially there. No one was horrible actors. The actress who played Rose Tico was, or Ray. I don't know. The acting, you can't ever tell if it's the acting or the actors. You have to see him in other things. I hear John Boyega, the guy who played Finn, did an excellent job in Attack on the Block. Never really watched that. It seemed like one of those dry British comedies.
Internet, you can literally just walk away from it. But when people tell me that they loved Fallout 4, I legitimately am curious as to what they loved about Fallout 4.
Yeah, it's perfectly fine to ask someone what they liked about Fallout 4. I could name what I liked about Fallout 4. It's not a lot, but you can say it's definitely different. It has the Fallout feel, at least. There was a lot of elements that were made for improvements, but I think just distract it from the actual writing of that. That case, I will say the writing of Fallout 4 was completely unbalanced. The idea, the design had some places were strong. The factions' ideas were really strong. Like the Brotherhood of Steel was probably the strongest, second by Institute. I guess the Railroad was better than Minutemen. I understood the Minutemen sort of focus, but it wasn't for me. Maybe Minutemen was just made for town builders and those charisma, which sort of went wasted. Charisma stats sort of got dumbed down in that game. In 76. Ugh.
Because it does nothing really all that well. I mean, art design in the Commonwealth, sure. But that goes back to ocean of content, depth of a mud puddle. I'm legitimately curious why some people are in love with this game, because I don't see it. I love The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. It's like my favorite game ever. So when someone says that they hate it to me, I want to know why. Why do
Yeah, it's a good example of a video game. Someone made an argument that was a good example of an open world RPG. As I said, Factory on the Factory TV Discord, I'm like, if you want to role play as Gerald, yeah, but rather limited RPG aspect. I also played a lot of JRPGs where the role playing was either limited, like Final Fantasy 1, you got a class, you could create a backstory for your characters, that was fine, but you had some like the later Final Fantasies where you were given a character and a backstory, and that was acceptable. I also played a lot of role-playing, tabletop role-playing games, probably not as much as some of these manic people, but yeah, there is certain levels of RPG-ness.
they hate it, and I love it.
This brings back an interesting loop that I think a lot of people can relate to, is if you were one of the people who originally loved Fallout New Vegas before Fallout 4 came out. You know exactly who you are out there. The people who would combat between Obsidian and Bethesda. People would say, oh, Bethesda's the best. And if you like New Vegas, you were a sinner. And guess what? Now it's vice versa. And we have people who need to love New Vegas because that is the definitive Fallout game. And if you like Fallout 4, you don't know what's good for the series.
I have no interest in these little squabbles, be they real or imagined. And I have a tendency that you're blowing it far out of proportion because it's what helps you make Fallout 4 look good, which I believe is ultimately the purpose of this video.
Yep, probably. I went through a lot of Mr. Matty plays. I swear these Let's Players really should not be doing these type of videos. They should just play their video games, use their stupid voices. Like I used to watch Mike Muller. I used to actually respect Markiplier a lot. But I started with Cry Fear because I couldn't run it on my PC at the time, and I wanted to know it looked like a cool game, and I wanted to see it. So I got into that. I definitely did like Cry Fear's story. I wish I could have played it. Wasn't great from what I saw from Markiplier, but he had some other good things on that. Yeah, every time he would speak outside of video games, oh god, cringe. Just Let's Players. I mean, believe it or not, Miniature Nerds actually did a decent video game essay. I know some people watching this will not agree, but you compare it to some other people who try to venture into that territory. Like, this isn't even video game essay. This is just rant. Like, even TK Manis, which I believe is fairly popular, had some really bad takes from what I've seen. Came across him, Fallout rant or something. I don't think I included it on this list, but yeah, let people who play and make it their business to get people to like a certain brand, like Bethesda, have a personal motivation. Just like people who hate on Bethesda have a motivation also, like Kratosis. This is why I like Mr. Caption. He did not have motivation. Despite the areas he was wrong, which was many, he spoke from the heart. He spoke emotionally. He did not try to make these ironclad, definitive decisions. Madden sort of straddles that gray area, and Kratosis just does the black and white thinking, which in some areas that's fine when you're willing to actually discuss ideas, but the dude is not. Oh, that sucks, man. Or female. Yeah, dude needs to chill out, okay? I think he has talent, but seriously, he definitely has some talent for at least writing scriptic videos, but way too serious. And I understand completely what you mean. I've not completely fallen out with one friend, but I have one friend we're on edge on because I can't talk anything politically. And I'm a neutral person. I'm almost apolitical. If I'm anything, it's centrist. I take that into gaming also. I don't take either side. Sometimes I'll steel man one side and another side to sort of give the dissenting opinion. Believing I can't actually state anything that I don't believe, but I can play it up for effect or devil's advocate to a certain extent. I do that more in real life than I do on my actual video channel. I mean, I make some absurd arguments, but I believe those arguments can be made sometimes because I believe they represent because I can find that place in me. Like Redo of Healer, everyone was shitting on that for being all this shit. I'm like, okay, I can see the value in this. I don't actually like the show very much, but I'll defend it. Same with Normalities. But I'm moving on. Anime content's just shit, and anime's even coming to this, so I'm going to get into more media this way. Fallout 3 is a great space.
Claims that are asserted without evidence can...
But that sucks. V cosplay. Sucks being close to friends and just having something that causes you to fall out with them. People just need to chill and talk sometimes. Discuss ideas, be open. I don't know your personal experience why I got into EFAP. I was resilient for a while, but I was a fan of Jaden X, of Adam and Stitch, eventually Waller's Allure. Although their fixation on Disney sometimes annoys me. I understand Mahler's concern with certain issues. Feels like Star Wars and MCU should be much better, and I completely agree, but I check out when I don't like something. I find new, greener pastures. But I understand their concerns. I have the same, me and Mahler have so many of the same. Buffy, though I was never interested in Angel. And, of course, Michael Flanagan, which he doesn't get to talk about as much. I really wish he would do more on that. But let me continue.
Can be dismissed without evidence. New Vegas took something that Fallout 3 was and improved on it in most aspects. But what did Skyrim improve on from Morrowind? Sorry, Oblivion. What did Oblivion get better than Morrowind, actually, now I'm thinking about it? I mean, we see this trend of the...
This is the sort of stuff I know Rags doesn't write scripts. It's stream of consciousness reaction. Sometimes it's really good, concise, but sometimes he goes off on a tangent. Him and Wolf were awesome on EFAP in the early days. Okay, some of their absurd arguments was just funny. I mean, I like Fringy and all as the third host. He brings a different perspective, but Wolf and Rags, along with Mahler, I think that's why EFAP's been changing over the years. They suffer from the same not the same problem, a minor problem that all these game companies that are going down the shit, like Bethesda, CD Projekt Red, Blizzard, the worst, EA, Riot. I've just seen so many game companies. I'm like, I'll praise the good games and I'll call out the bad ones. And Fallout 4 and Skyrim to a certain... Yeah, definitely Skyrim. Had some good ideas, but overall disappointing after you really critically dig into it.
The game is getting simpler and simpler and simpler, more and more and more shallow, and people like me who love these open-world RPG games, if you can call Fallout 4 even an RPG at all at this point, we're worried. We're worried at the direction the series is going. Because a lot of these, for one thing, they're design decisions. These are not technical limitations. Bethesda is going out of their way, especially with Fallout 4. They just went out of their way to make design...
Yeah. As I said, I like Rags to a certain extent, but...
Three Dog tells you he knows where your dad went, but first...
Here. Didn't have a check. Let me get back into what I have not covered.
Fallout. And they're also by company.
Hope you guys like a really loud... Is that too loud? I don't know. Might just be my headphones. I hope my voice is coming through clear. Been playing with the microphone settings for all these live streams. But I need to remember to face and talk into the microphone sometimes.
Companies that no longer really exist. These types of games are very thin on the ground and don't ever do as well as they deserve to. I'm going to talk about what makes the first two Fallout games good a lot in this video.
And I think that is a problem because Fallout 3 is an adaptation. New Vegas versus Fallout 3 I think is a much better comparison overall. And I believe that's... Menon should actually just say comparing Fallout, the first two Fallout games to Fallout 3 is a little tough of a nut to crack because it's the adaptation argument done on a completely different scale.
But it's important to keep in mind that even without comparisons to the previous games, Fallout 3 fails on its own merits too. In an attempt to remain balanced, I looked up some reviews by more professional reviewers in the business at the time the game came out.
I agree. The critics overpraised it. Okay. I mean, 100, I don't think there is a perfect game. Even Elden Ring, a game that I completely got lost in for at least a month or so, isn't perfect. Elden Beast is probably the prime example of that.
After carefully perusing as many reviews as I can, I've isolated 3 key facts about the game. Fact 1. The VAT system looks totally badass. No
Okay, was gonna comment. He, he's really relying on idiotic game journalists to actually give him his points. Such flawed logic. I understand people who hate them, but he's really the wrong person. Hate bomber guy. Hilarious. He would have been much better as a centrist than a far leftist personally.
No written or video review can shy away from mentioning this and showing you in graphic detail. Yeah.
I mean, he just can't be edgy. At a certain point, he couldn't be edgy and rude and all the stuff that he was good at after a certain point. And BreadTube, that's sort of falling apart.
Yeah. Yeah. Woo. Oh, murder. Woo. Yee. Woo. Of people or not is a deep question. Oh my god! Game journalism is unethical. Out of her ideas, or you can nuke her fucking town and then say hi to her later and carry on as if it didn't happen. That's almost depth.
I really don't know why Mueller thought this video was good. There's so much to mock in it. He's just the same smug jackass that he is in every one of his videos. I guess he just exudes his confidence.
I like, what's his name? I like General Jingwei from the Operation Anchorage DLC. He's an incredibly...
He really is bringing up... Is it the worst? Yeah, this is the one that I only play if I really want to have early game power armor. Because otherwise, it was neat the first time. And after that, it loses its appeal. I heard everyone hates Spaceship Z. I understand. I played through that recently. I'm like, okay, not as bad as Operation Anchorage, but a little goofy, and I've been playing it hard because I'm hardcore. Well, just eat up those stim packs and having to repair my armor all the time. On hard, you really have to be careful on Fallout 3.
One-dimensional character, but he is,
even as an experienced player,
the one permitted one-dimensional character, unlike all the others in the rest of the game, because he...
Okay, he's implying that attentional... No, the one permitted... Okay. There's definitely a dig there.
He's literally a racist caricature in a simulation created by Americans to train soldiers to want to kill Chinese people. You can literally convince him in one sentence to commit suicide, which unfortunately isn't far off from...
That is sad. That is very sad. Drama from Discord is always pathetic. I saw it in the anime Discord that I was part of. Discord creators. I stay the hell out of drama, okay? I don't want drama. I can shit talk, okay? I try not to bring things personal. Sure, I'm saying Kratos' critique style is very autistic, but that's because it's sort of following the tradition of Mr. Caption, who I'm pretty sure they said he was autistic. Okay? It's not a dig. Autistic people are incredibly focused, incredibly intelligent, but they tend to lose sight of things outside their purview. And Kratos is definitely somehow he's very YouTube, I wouldn't say savvy, but conscious. His defensiveness in all his videos. I already had that one video on Pagan, but yeah, Kratos definitely has talent. Pagan, both Pagan and whatever, they're just latch on. They have subscribers, but can't tell why from their content. I guess just overflow from Kratos' fan base to just Kratos' fan base, they just want to see people shit and insult Bethesda. I don't think they can get away with being too positive. Comparison to Mahler, who can talk positively about certain subject matters, but even Mahler and EFAP falls into that trap. They try to stay out of it as much as they can, but the whole positive versus negative reviewers is really like dividing lines. Fallout community is completely divided. I'm not going to get into this whole culture war and Fallout. This is just video games in general. But let's do these, dudes.
How you talk to real characters in the rest of Fallout 3, but it's still funny because it reminds you how messed up the creators of the simulation were, and how obsessed they thought the Chinese were with honor. And also the line, "I'm going to kill you so much," is character's birth. The vaginal slit dilate, that's not what it's called, hold on a second. The cervix dilates and there we are. The next hour or so is spent making the character, picking...
Is it just me, or is H-Bomber Guy's humor not aging well? Sheesh. I think his criticism is garbage. His humor, I used to actually find his humor decent. Now it just comes across as cringy, every one of his videos. I guess I just changed as a person. This was made 6 years ago. I think I had a comment down here. Maybe not. Let's see. No, just the recent one. Maybe I didn't watch it when it first came out. I wasn't really into commenting. Still not. Sheesh. Unless it's something I'm really involved in.
Their stats and learning the dialogue and VAT systems, ironically being handholded and treated like a baby with no consequence for our actions, even when
Yes, that's sort of the point. Sort of the point that no one seems to bring up. They just complain about it, ironically, like a baby. They whine about being treated like a baby, which is freaking ironic and funny as hell.
our character has turned 18. Let's think about this for a second. The protagonist's literal birth is the bad joke answer to the question, where should our story start? The other problem with this opening is it's fucking boring! The stat picking process...
Gotta love Mahler. Okay, he is absolutely right. Boring and fun is some of the lamest criticism. You can say why you don't like to be held, you don't like the tutorial built into the childhood. I think it's extremely creative that I don't think anyone's actually worked that in. I think this is extremely creative. But it does lose its charm after the first time, unless you're coming back after a few years. But you save at the end, and you can make new builds. You can forget about your childhood and invent yourself. Never go back to the vault and just pretend like that was just nothing. Something Mr. Caption had a problem with. And Kratos, definitely. I've established this in other games. I think if former Buzzard is still around, Kratos. Oh, well, we have a former friend here. If they're still here, well, is Kratos a metagamer? Does he do mid-max builds? I tried to ask him. He felt offended that I called him a metagamer. Because maybe he realizes no one likes metagamers. Buzzard here was asking me why metagaming in a first-person game is a problem. I agree, it's not really a problem per se, metagaming, like save scumming. But it's not very well respected. It's the mindset of a metagamer that would extend. We had a extremely big metagamer in my college clubhouse. He would cheat during Magic. No one wanted to play with him. Of course, he was a stereotypical nerd who didn't ever wash. No one liked him. It's just a mindset. There are dozens of RPG horror stories out there about metagamers. Of course, there's other type of cringy players. the stalker thing, but metagamer is the one I've actually come across in my life. Luckily, none of those other creeps. But metagaming, someone who is attracted to that metagaming mindset enough to actually insert it into videos as much as Kurtosis. I watched a bit of his thing, his sort of beginning. I misheard him. He said pretty much this was stupid. They should have just did what Fallout 1 and 2 did. And then he suggested a fix where a fix was not needed. He would have had to explain. Yeah, his idea would have been better for a metagamer. Someone who wanted to. So obviously, Bethesda wanted to encourage people with that book for people to try Melee. Because frankly, the Melee is not very good in Fallout 3. I've been playing it through since my Mr. Caption video just to see. On hard mode is you just have to have really good armor and you burn through a lot, but and you have to have I usually use explosives along with little slugger perk.
The process takes ages and corresponds to long scenes of your character growing up and nothing major happening and meaningless hijinks as you learn how to control a first-person video game. You press the WASD keys to move and use the mouse. Are you ready to learn you need to click the mouse to shoot yet? Sorry, push mouse 1? I don't know, maybe we should fuck around at a birthday party some more. I genuinely want to know whose idea the opening of the game was. Give me their name. The first Bethesda employee to tell me who came up with the opening sequence set in an enclosed space you have zero control over in their action RPG about having freedom and making meaningful choices gets to...
Yes, I read my comment. Oh, that does not look good. If true, that's definitely odd. Definitely freaking odd.
live. But eventually the game properly starts and you can finally start acting of your own volition.
And odd is an understatement. Sort of like, yeah, I'm probably overstating how bad this H-Bomber guy is. It's just very cringy. Sketch must be sketchy. Or Scrinch, however you say his name. Sorry, I had forever to pronounce Kurtosis' name properly. Frankly, because I try to be respectful, but frankly, I don't care about these people too much. They would have to actually earn my respect in some way, and frankly, like I call it, H-Bomb guy, I think I was calling him for this video, H-Bomb, or Bomb guy, who knows? You know, there's old nicknames to sort of, you know, make things easier.
Your friend gives you a gun and disappears down the hallway? And no, that's not a description of how quickly she moves. She's literally gone. You grab your stuff and go to follow her.
There he is. Hold it right there.
And it was here, in the first proper room of the game, that I knew Fallout 3 was going to be a problem.
Bullshit. Okay, he's making this a post hoc. He's like, okay, what's the best way I can argue? Oh, this guy's synonymous with all the problems of Fallout 3. No, it's not. It's game limitation. You simply have to decide where you put your resources. Making a dialogue with this guy would disrupt a lot of things. Plus, this is a mindless drone. It's pretty much, they established the Overseer has almost a cult-like following. You disagree with him and you get in trouble. Look how many people die just because he's mad that one guy left the vault. Probably had to start a fire. I am speculating on that part. Like people, I think even H-Bomber guy brings it up.
This is Officer Kendall. He and all the other cops in the vault beside one attack you on sight as soon as they see you. Remember how I just said you can finally act of your own volition? That was a lie. You can't initiate dialogue at all. The roaches that attack him rarely kill him for you.
That is a very simplistic way of looking at it. Okay, actually, not simplistic, a very negative framing of this. You have no choice at all. This is going to be a through line of H Bomber Guys. He states things, he doesn't actually prove it. He uses, as they say, cherry picked examples to sort of support his points.
And once he kills them, he goes hostile on you. If you try to run away, he'll chase you. He'll chase you through the entire vault. He is dedicated to putting his fingers in your eyes. No, wait, you can't target those anymore. Your head, then. Whatever. You can talk to Butch, the fucker who's been bullying you your entire life. In fact, you have no choice not to. He will chase you down to tell you about his mother.
You gotta help me!
But you can't speak to this guy, who's been a law-abiding citizen and a nice guy vault cop, who would...
No, nice guy, Vault Cop. You are really just... H Bomber Guy's just totally taken the subtext, which he actually inserts incredibly into Dark Souls 2. Double standards of these critics. They like something, they will add subtext, like with the beginning of Dark Souls 2, bringing up all this outside information to support it. Why, in this case, he's actually stripping away the context that is in the game. Ugh.
Attended your birthday party. Butch, fucking Butch, is allowed to have depth and be treated with a range of options. You can help...
No, he's an actual character. He's your peer. He's a bully, but he's human. Again, H Bomber Guy, framing, he's a bully. He's your typical bully. He's anti-authority though. So, and he's just a dumb kid. Oh, leftists being like, nice police guy, but this delinquent. That's just sort of funny in the culture that leftists, anti-cop and pro, we need to be easy on criminals and people who commit small little offenses. Just the irony of how people change over the years.
Help him save his mother, leave her to her fate, or murder him in the head. This is the closest the game comes to a series of choices, but the game literally forces you to encounter that.
Such a bad way of doing this. This is why I didn't want to even deal with this. It's just like, yeah, ow, it hurts. It really does hurt. This is hurting my head.
Choice. And meanwhile, you don't even get one whatsoever when it comes to Officer Mac. Is this what Fallout is supposed to be? A hallway with enemies to shoot? That sounds fine for your bog standard action game, but isn't this supposed to be about having the freedom to choose what's...
Freedom criticism. You don't have freedom at all times, okay? Can you argue you have, well, can you not leave the village in Fallout 2? Can you not leave the vault even though you drew the last straw? They're forcing you out. They're giving you the scene, the content. Sorry, disconnected. Thought I'd play my own music video. What? Keep myself entertained.
Sort of person you are? Because now, no matter what sort of person I turn out to be, I've already shot a man's fucking head off his body.
And that was your choice. You have choices. You can leave him to be distracted by the rad roaches or blast his fucking head off. You chose blast his fucking head off. A victim of bad writing, nope. And then let's see the time.
Compare and contrast with your first meeting with a hostile human in, say, Fallout 2. To continue in your quest, you must defeat me in unarmed combat. Why do we have to fight? The path of the Chosen One is not an easy
The comparison is ridiculous. They set it up completely different games. Should I bring up how much hard drive space that Fallout 1 and 2 took up comparison to Fallout 3 and how much longer it took to develop? The size and scope is vastly different. Okay? This was set up to be a tutorial. This is the tutorial. You had the same section. They just decided to give you your max skills. You either fight him, talk to him, sneak around him, and steal the key. Okay, you have different ways to go about him. He is the end boss. To the tutorial level, this is really a sad sack argument. Okay, it's not comparable at all. This is a false equivalency. Okay, it is a difference in game design methods. Also, for Fallout 2, Interplay didn't want to have to produce the manuals like they did for Fallout 1, so they required Tim Kaine to create this tutorial section. Tim Kaine didn't want a tutorial section. That seemed to be the Interplay model. The company forced him to add this tutorial section in, and this is how he chose to do it. Rather smart, a little hokey, a little stupid in retrospect, but they work it in. It's fine. It's more shoved in than the idea Bethesda have, in my educated opinion. I'm not going to say objective opinion like Mahler, and I'm not going to say objective fact, but I try to learn, and the more knowledge you have, you don't ignore knowledge, okay? I mean, you can ignore knowledge for narrative and framing. My framing of this was forced in, and that will accept my reality of this. And the way he hypes this up when it was forced in by Interplay.
Trail to walk, H-Bar. In this game about having freedom of choice. The character build is garbage too. They took out all the nuance from it. They took out the trait system because traits are scary. For those of you who don't know.
See, it was probably just simpler. They definitely didn't want that randomness, I guess, or maybe it would have been harder to program it in. I can't decide why they took out the traits. Maybe it just was too hard to put in. Bethesda has some weird priorities. I will admit that. Fallout 4 is prime example of that.
Traits in the first two games are special choices with positive and negative downsides, which you can start the game with that radically alter the game, like Jinx, which increases the amount of critical failures everyone, including you, can get, making the game a hilarious mess of
Oh, yes, hilariousness. Yeah, okay. As much as I want to mock him, it is a cool little trait to add in, okay? But they had less to program. They had more room. They had more freedom. Saying Fallout 3 did not have the same level of freedom of Fallout 1, it's the same as saying that Fallout 2 didn't have the same level. As properties get bigger, they have more restrictions, more corporate oversight. Yes, completely annoying. I wish that corporate oversight does not exist, but that is a reality we have to accept. And frankly, as much as I hate marketers and how much they overhype things, why don't people realize marketers are assholes? They're con men most of the time. You'll get a grain of truth.
Constant suffering. It's how I make almost every character nowadays, and it adds yet another layer of possibilities to the proceedings. As
very personalized thing mixed with actual factual based point, but one that I think is a little hard to actually evaluate in comparison between 1 and 2. He loves his 1 and 2 comparisons to Fallout 3, and completely different beast. It's taken out the intent Bethesda had. None of the intent that was clearly shown in the game Bethesda have can be found in this.
Enemies and allies blow the weapons out of their hands, and your dog does such a game about freedom and choice. You could do the hacking minigame, or you could open the drawer directly next to...
Oh, this is where I started my actual video. might have seen I had to cut down the intro to the script, and it might have lost some of the context. Probably the worst thing is just going into this video. H-bomber
to the
that video.
computer and obtain the password directly.
I made fun of him for whining about freedom, which was probably lost since I cut like a lot of the points that I had earlier on.
While this is probably done to teach the player that hacking and lockpicking are useful but can sometimes be circumvented by resourcefulness and being aware of your environment, they impart the far stupider lesson that hacking and lockpicking is pointless and you'll be able to skip them incredibly easily. So players...
H-bomber guy goes this whole thing. He tries to establish themes and shit like that and try to just pass it off as fact with very little evidence, anecdotal crap. Okay, I just wanted to cover that beginning section. Was there anything else that I really didn't cover? I mean, yeah, I skipped some sections, like the end where he just rants on about Fallout New Vegas. As I said before, Fallout New Vegas, I think, was a much better game. Besides how buggy it was in the beginning. But I'm an old school player who played it when it just first came out. Okay.
There is a clear option the player could decide to take, and you put the option there, and
yeah, all the easy points, and he goes ranting about his love and makes a whole video on New Vegas, which just seemed like his sly, backhanded way of insulting Fallout 3 some more in some aspects. It's not as strong. He actually has that double standard where he's like, oh, the compass I insulted in Fallout 3, it's not a problem in Fallout New Vegas. The double standards, hypocritical actions is very obvious in that one. There's the video, and move to the next video.
At Grand Canyon University, we recognize your commitment to excellence. Our commitment is to deliver online degree programs that can help you pursue the...
Yes. Ad, very patriotic. I tried to join the military once. It did not work out. Story for another day, I guess. From what I hear, Xbox consoles are not doing very well. I don't know how true that is. Supposedly, no one cares because they don't have the games. Everyone should just become a PC market. The Steam Deck is probably going to really hurt the console market. That's good. Competition's always good. Supposedly, console fanboys. I might be a console peasant, but I will admit, in almost every last way, PC gaming is far superior. Only problem is sometimes if your PC is, you have to update it for newer and better games, and some games just push the computer so far, it's even hard to run it. You need you need to wait a few years before you can play the game well.
I won't stand for it.
The first two games' success led to Interplay ordering another game in the franchise, and the long, arduous road toward a sequel began. First, a spin-off called Fallout Tactics came out in 2001, to a lukewarm reception. Removing most exploration, role-playing, and NPC interaction, and instead dropping you into enclosed XCOM-style missions with minimal base management, Tactics was a combat-centric sidestep from the series' roots. Then in 2004...
See, I find it funny, he really does, Indigo Gaming does not have any harsh criticism for these two games, which this game is considered the worst in the series. Sorry, this might even be worse than 76. I tried playing it a while ago, and it was just like, yeah, 76 might be better than, I could be wrong. Brotherhood. Fallout Brotherhood was really a bad, boring game.
A console-only game
with absolutely no sense of style. I like rock, but it did not fit this setting. There's just so much wrong with this game. Fallout Brotherhood of Steel. Oh, it might be fun as a cringe playthrough, but that's about it.
Game called Fallout Brotherhood of Steel was released for the PS2 and Xbox, now scrapping the Tactical Combat 2 for a simple twin-stick shooter with a rock-heavy soundtrack. This was during a trend where PC RPGs were on a decline, and console spin-offs of games like EverQuest and Baldur's Gate were developed using popular brand recognition to attract sales. A true sequel was on the way, but delays and major changes to the game's engine, formula, and development staff took its toll in production. This project was now referred to as Van Buren. And though it took heavy strokes from the first two games, it made sweeping changes to the combat and presentation. Keeping the 3/4 perspective, but now sporting a 3D game engine with particle effects, advanced lighting and the like, Van Buren still looked like a Fallout game. It did, however, have a real-time combat system, which changed things drastically. No longer based around turns and action points like the original games, Van Buren seemed to play more like BioWare's Baldur's Gate series, with fast-paced combat broken up by occasional pauses for specific actions. It was ambitious, no doubt taking the massive scale and freedom of 1 and 2, and thrusting it into a 3D world with a proposed multiplayer mode and a completely revamped combat system. Van Buren was sadly shelved after Interplay laid off its PC development team. With both Fallout 3 and Baldur's Gate 3 cancelled, and key staff like Brian Fargo and Tim Kaine having left, a year later they struck a deal with Bethesda, of the Elder Scrolls fame, to develop a completely new build of Fallout 3. Being a shell of its former glory, the struggling Interplay eventually sold the rights to Fallout to Bethesda in the end for just under $6 million, with the caveat that Interplay could develop a Fallout massively multiplayer online game within a specified time period, a clause which Interplay did not fulfill, and therefore the rights in their entirety fell to Bethesda after years of legal conflict.
See, he sort of glosses over this, and as for the Discord comment, Discord will get you in trouble. Look it up. Oh, what was the dude name who got in trouble with the commentary community? Flamenco. Yeah, like Flamenco Samurai, which is the anime thing. Flamenco being in a public Discord and just having it open and having all that shit, even doing stuff behind scenes. You can get into real shit doing shit on Discord. I don't want Kurtosis. I don't want Kurtosis to claim that I'm harassing him or assessing it with him, which I found he's already doing. I'm just doing research on him, and he's trying to make these claims. Definitely bad faith. Frankly, and the irony of that. Obviously, he's obsessed with many a true nerd. I'm not obsessed with Kurtosis. Okay, I think he's a symptom, not a problem. The culture, the toxic culture. I have no problem with toxicity, but I believe that I should be an asshole to those who are assholes, bigger assholes than me. That's just my personal philosophy. I have the same desire to kick people in the nuts as every guy in the world is brought up to be, mostly, unless they feel more like a female than they turn trans, which, more power to them. I wouldn't, but let me avoid that. Sorry, trans debate with Keffels and all this shit going on. It's a minefield that I don't want to get into. I just believe in people's personal freedom to speak and do whatever they want. They might end up regretting it later. It's not for me to judge people. I don't judge people. I just try to do my best to curb my bias, speak what I believe to be the truth within my bias, and have some fun with it. Put a little style, put a little comedy, laugh about it. Call Kurtosis autistic retard. He definitely seems very autistic to me. H-Bomber guy seems like a huge flaming hypocrite. Okay? Mr. Caption. Oh, definitely someone I wish was still in commentary. Same thing with Dishonest Wolf. Dude's the only one on EFAP who ever talked about books. Muller's like, oh, I don't read. What about audiobooks? Yeah. I'm like, we have so many interests in common. Muller, but I think Wolf would have been a more interesting guy to talk to for me. But who knows? It's never going to happen. I'm never going to get big enough to talk to any of these people. Also, I've given up. on Marvel. I've given up on Star Wars. I've given up on almost everything. Frankly, Flanagan is the only creator, and he has one of my childhood loves, Christopher Pike. Of course, he'll get overlooked most likely, like all of Flanagan's work does. So sad. But yeah, just sort of like how they're overlooking Fallout. They're undermining Fallout. They're just, I mean, I understand the passion that all these people, the freedom, the choices, it definitely gave you a lot of wiggle room, but it slowly got more constraints. It slowly said he leaves out both Fallout Tactics, a criticism for that, and Fallout Brotherhood. He does not admit that this was the decline. Fallout Tactics, from what I hear, was an okay game, and Brotherhood really broke the franchise. And think what you want about Fallout 3. Yeah, I wanted to cover it again because I covered his second part where I'm saying he's too vague, and it's understandable why John made the horrible argumentation against Indigo Gaming where Kurtosis was trying to say it's a straw man. I just think John got the wrong impression because he's a Let's Player. He doesn't understand analysis or really criticism very well. He understands the game, its strengths. He understands some of the weaknesses, but he can only do it. Many true nerds can only do it from his own perspective. I am a jack of all trades, studied psychology, acting, writing. I'm rather craptastic at all of them. In certain roles, for certain stories, and for certain cases I can really dig into, but I'm sort of ADHD, so I have to really be interested in something to really dig into it. And this is why I picked Fallout 3 critics to go to analysis. I'm probably going to focus on Elden Ring critics later, like this guy here, Joseph Anderson. His Elden Ring video. I didn't watch all of it because I was in the middle of this project, but I have a whole playlist of criticism, and he's right at the top. And even in the first half hour, I had some issues with what he said about the way he framed Elden Ring. Probably going to do something similar with Elden Ring later in the future after a quick break to sort of take this sort of thing before I get into Elden Ring, if anyone is going to subscribe. So look, I definitely will do more Fallout thing. I might actually do a criticism against Fallout. Haven't decided yet. Got to do what I do first, and that's finishing this out. Ha! Yeah, Fire Sparks. Yeah, I think that might be on the list, okay? And I think that actually might be the next one. I'm actually going with some Defenders. The opposite of video responding on this.
Seeing the post-apocalypse for the first time in full 3D, with the verticality of multi-story buildings, hills, and cliffs, is pretty amazing. A seamless world with no outdoor zones was a huge step forward technologically. And you can tell the new creators of the franchise took significant care into replicating the superficial features of the series, like the archetypical green interface, Vault Boy, and the power armor design. Bethesda Game Studios had been in development of their version of Fallout 3 since 2004. 2 years before their next entry to their flagship Elder Scrolls series, Oblivion, launched. The two games shared an engine, technology, and tools between them, and share many of Bethesda's mainline series features, as well as its quirks, bugs, and issues. In fact, many have made the argument.
Okay, he went strictly from factual basis to more opinion basis. This is my problem with this small section. He mixes a lot of solid fact, objective facts, with a lot of personal opinions. Well, this is actually a fact. What they did comfortable and built Oblivion with guns. I think that's only partially correct. Okay, they did definitely go with a similar game design, but they did take into account the original design and try to modify it with what they were comfortable with. I think that's a more fair way of putting this out.
Meant that Bethesda played it safe, did what they were comfortable with, and essentially built Oblivion with guns in 2008. Though due to inexperience with first-person...
See, him saying that as a fact, I think, is a problem in the rhetoric. At least his narrative mixing facts with rather just not deceptive even, just a certain narrative which really takes a shift that where if he was a little bit more unbiased or wanted to stand this out, he would have expanded on talking about tactics and Fallout the Brotherhood. And then I don't know what he could have done with this section. I just don't like the mixture of facts and opinions.
In shooters, the basic gunplay handled poorly compared to any modern shooter on the market.
Absolutely correct. I'm not going to deny that. But you want to conflate Fallout. You want to try to make the case, like H Bomber Guy did, that Bethesda wanted to make a shooter with Fallout 3. I think that's not pragmatic. I think that's a very flawed analysis. They wanted to make a hybrid between the two, and it did have its problems. I actually like the fact that you shoot like shit until you put up your skills. But
you got very little.
That's sort of a role-playing element, I think, actually, that worked. Yeah, it caused problems with actually some people who didn't want to use VATS or any of the sort of systems, but still.
Little feedback on hits. The zoom level of aiming down sights was trivial, and you felt like you're missing shots you shouldn't have been. In an effort to stay loyal to the franchise and to add a difficulty valve for players less skilled at shooting, Bethesda reintegrated the VATS target.
No, I think he's working at this backwards. Zoom in level. You can use VATS even if you have no action points just to reorient yourself. That is a trick I learned early on. Just use VATS, click, and then get out of VATS and shoot, because it'll point you in the right direction. Because frankly, the directional thing can be a little iffy. That's a tactic I've learned playing Fallout, at least 3. Iron Sights, a little bit, definitely an improvement in Fallout New Vegas. Another reason I like New Vegas, but neither here or there. He's thinking this backwards. An effort to stay loyal to the Okay. Loyal to the franchise. Reintegrate. Okay. Maybe that is fine framing there. Just the way he says it. Maybe I'm biased there.
Targeting feature into the game. Respectable, but it divided the game's combat into 2 disconnected systems. Some players didn't like breaking up the flow of combat with incessant pauses, so they ignored it. For others, though, the game's crude weapon handling led to gaming.
How did Rage turn out? I never actually played it. I did see it. It just never really got anything. No one really talked about it. That might have been disappointing, but it might have been saved me $60 at the time. Just didn't hear anything good or bad about it, so I assumed it was a nothing game.
The system, hiding behind cover, waiting for action points to.
But I must admit, I did fall down to Borderlands rabbit hole early on. But I was working at a game company, and my manager was like, I didn't play World of Warcraft, but he was basically saying a shooter game that was like World of Warcraft with gun, and that was Borderlands. And I liked that series. Looter shooter, got a little stream. Oh God, don't remind me how bad Fallout. I mean, neither of the games were great mechanically or writing wise, but they were entertaining. Well, Borderlands 3, nope, sorry. don't need to shit on that. Enough people shit on that game. Let's just say, not happy with that. Few improvements did not make up just for the irritating writing, everything else.
Recover, then peeking around to use VATS to get a few headshots. Rinse and repeat. Insufficient tactical depth of the AI probably contributed to this problem too, as this wasn't an issue in the original turn-based games. Item stats, skills, and the perk system were redesigned to be more generous, and incidentally, less realistic.
See, did they improve the AI? When I remember, the AI was actually decent, wasn't the best. They would run away. Well, sometimes they would run away, and you're like, what the hell are they running away? And other times, they would come after you. I thought the AI was decent. Not great, definitely buggy, but it's Bethesda. I did not find any really depth problems with the AI of Fallout. There was other problems, don't get me wrong. AI definitely did bug out like all Bethesda games.
Now even mundane equipment like baseball caps can add an entire point to your perception attribute. Different types of armor would
Yeah, you trade heavier defense for better stats. I really magically, he definitely does put a certain spin on this. Like Fallout 1 and 2 was realistic, and Fallout 3 was something stupid. I mean, no, I don't like that. Yeah, maybe. Maybe I should try it on PC. Rage. I'll have to consider that. A lot of games I need to go back and play now that. Maybe I'll watch a playthrough and see if it's worth trying just to throw into the mix. It definitely would be a good, because it was the same time period.
magically increase certain profession skills, or even unarmed combat. This strayed from the functionality-driven system of old, where items would give you straightforward bonuses rather than unrealistic ones.
See, he's setting up a framing that this was completely out of sorts. And I frankly don't see. He doesn't have the support and evidence to actually say that this was a bad thing. He's not even saying it's a bad thing. He's framing it as sort of breaking immersion. But in reality, you're going to be more immersed in Fallout 3 with the first person point of view, or even if you prefer a third person, than you are in a tactical RPG. You're going to be more immersed in a first person point of view. That's half the point of a first person anything, first person action. And he makes the case that it breaks immersion. I really don't think the immersion argument, you would have to say you got immersed in the original two Fallouts, which seems a little far-fetched to me. Let's just say that. I don't want to say anything bad about Indigo Gaming. He seems to be a very competent, well thought out critic, but he does have his bias and his preference like most people. And he does, why I do agree this is rather wishy-washy here. He's speaking from the heart. He's just using a little objective mixed with a very biased perception of the franchise.
Perks are now granted at every level up instead of every 3, and many could be taken multiple times. This seemed rewarding, but also felt diluted from the original perk design, which made each choice more impactful. Fallout 3 borrowed Oblivion.
Yeah, I hear the Game Pass is actually a really good deal and probably a model that's going to move forward, Xbox. Because frankly, I'm hearing the Xbox console isn't doing too well. And if you didn't catch earlier, the Steam Deck and other PC accessories is just going to make console a niche market. PlayStation 5 and new generation Xbox just making it harder. to do that.
Its universal face system, which was effective at easily creating hundreds of NPCs and allowed player customization, but often
Also, another difference between me and a lot of people who do, I'm don't really do criticism until recently on YouTube, is I consider the market. A lot of these critics do not consider market forces and what's at play. I know it shouldn't actually affect the stories, but you have to do a balancing act between what the market's demanding and how well the developer ends up pulling things off based on market demand. I think that's a fair thing to factor into criticism. Sometimes just companies like Disney just hiring competent writers to do properties or high value properties and completely bundle it because they don't get anyone. They got how did Ryan Johnson? Looper was okay movie, but writing wise, oh god. You think about that movie by the end and it just breaks your brain. I mean, it's fine for some things like action movies, which Looper fell into, but Star Wars, we not get into that.
and resulted in people who resembled burn victims or just looked awkward with badly integrated hair. Interplays
Did he do that?
player customization, but often resulted in people who
Okay. It's not great, but it's not horrible.
resembled burn victims or
That was bad. They definitely. Oh, that one is bad.
just looked awkward with badly integrated hair.
Is that a joke? That's a ghoul with a wig. Okay. Using that to represent their standard models is just so funny. I want to say it's dishonest, but it's just anyone who would be stupid enough to think that's the standard model deserves to be tricked. Okay, that's a ghoul. Okay, anyone who thought, okay, sorry, I want to criticize him for that, but anyone stupid enough to think that's the standard character, and that's not a wig and a fake mustache, it deserves to be tricked. Like a lot of Kurtosis's followers. I mean, I understand the appeal of Mr. Caption. Dude was good with his words. Same with H Bomber Guy. But Kurtosis, I don't see the redeeming qualities. It's not his argument. He doesn't have a good voice. Doesn't have excellent. His podcast is rather a lame ass exercise in futility. The fact that
Interplays and Bethesda
yeah, his podcast is pretty damn bad. Okay. But let me not knock on it. I don't have a podcast. He developed a podcast, a channel with, what is he at? 20K viewers now. Okay, it's good to have a certain brand and a certain market. So, more power to him. Do I think that it makes his content any good or honest? Not really.
Bethesda's creations feature vastly different approaches to the soundtrack and audio atmosphere. All games would open up to a nostalgic 1950s-esque tune to introduce you to the world before the bomb. But the in-game soundtrack to Fallout 1 and 2 were ambient, industrial, and sometimes primal, with metallic sounds like distant screeching metal tubes.
Okay, I must say, that does not sound good. Okay, the way he's describing it is not good at all. Not good, not good. I mean, maybe it worked for the world. And
As if hearing the final death throes of a metal-laden world. Old Fallout had never made any inclination to nationalism, Americana, or
okay, that's going to come up again.
as you looked upon the remnants of the United States. Listen closely, you might make out the crackling of what sounds like a Geiger counter.
This is all facts built around opinions, okay? You're in the capital, of course you're going to have more nationalistic and more patriotic beliefs. And then, yeah, radio, Grand Theft.
Instruments, and feels too familiar, too comfortable, too orchestral. Then there's use of oldies music.
Say completely. He doesn't actually say it. Real world instruments feel too comfortable. Oldies music.
Style songs during a pre-war video or during the intro. Afterward, it wouldn't be referenced again. Humming to Bob Crosby while firing nukes at super mutants in New Fallout was pretty funny the first time you did it, but it dilutes the game's atmosphere.
This is a very opinion-based. What's your argument for it? Okay, you can choose to turn the radio on. You can get Agatha's radio station with the violin rather easily. There's also another thing, and you can just turn the radio off. It really is not. You can.
Making it charming and quaint, like a GTA Mad Max edition of sorts.
I'm as corny as Kansas in August. I'm as normal as Blueberry.
Has a track record of underperforming but underwhelming technical prowess, and Fallout 3 was no exception.
Yeah, Bethesda. I mean, I understand their intent. They wanted to make it very easy for mods, and considering that sort of original mod site for the Elder Scrolls game sort of built up over time. I wouldn't even know this, but I watched a video by Short Fat Otaku today who went over crap with the modding, all the crap going on modding. Glad I'm not too heavily into the modding scene because it seems rather dramatic. Everything in this world is getting dramatic as all hell. Oh, sheesh. I see more drama coming up. I'll read why this plays.
Has a track record of underperforming but underwhelming technical prowess, and Fallout 3 was no exception. The lighting system was way too ambient and lacked almost any trace of shadow maps or proper obfuscation, even at nighttime. Everything just fell into a gray, monotonous tone, only to be detailed by grainy, overly contrasted textures. The original games weren't exactly known for their cutting-edge graphic fidelity, but Fallout 3 was in many ways an eyesore from an aesthetic standpoint. Possibly to compensate for the gray color palette, a green filter was used in nearly every area of the game. You could make the case that green is commonly associated with poison, rot, or illness. Fitting, but it's a little over the top. Bethesda had been moving toward tighter and more linear stories that continually pulled you toward your next objective. The stricter narrative and forced scenario design proved antithetical to the very core of Fallout games, peaking in one of the more notorious mainline quests, which leads you through a fort manned by children.
Hold it right there, mister. Don't take another
Yeah, I covered this already, and that sounds rather craptastic when I'm reading the comments. Well, I will not make any claims to real life, but we'll say Kratos is definitely... Well, as I said, I don't want to get in real world drama. Okay, I'll definitely keep in my mind, and I'll keep that in consideration. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's all I wanted to cover here. Craptastic. People are crappy. General people with crappy attitudes will do crappy things, and they'll think they're justified. I definitely seems like someone with a certain attitude. It's believable. I formerly of the commentary, I never was a commentary, but I go with the commentary. I would never state anything online that I could not confirm, but yeah, definitely is a horrible thing. Sorry about that.
Any painter can paint, but only CertaPro painters come with power. The power of dialing up the wow factor to 11. If you want certainty, you...
Number 111. You witness a nuclear detonation and barely make it to safety in time.
Why did I put this on the list? Sorry, I think I might have put the wrong thing on the list. Whoops. I did put Joseph Anderson, but it was a different video of his. But let's just get into this.
Of these complaints were things that were also done by Black Isle/Obsidian, and who am I to disagree with the creators? For the record, I'm not crazy about some of the creative decisions they made in Fallout 2, and while I liked New Vegas, I'm not going to pretend it was a perfect game. Yes, some of my criticism can be applied to the non-Bethesda games, but I'm not going to make a big spreadsheet of creative sins and work out which studios or creative individuals should be blamed. Bethesda owns the property, they're in charge of ensuring quality, brand recognition.
Sorry, I like that effect. See, I can actually watch my older content and be proud of it. I wonder if Kurtosis or any of these people, H-Bomber Guy definitely isn't proud of it. Mr. Caption definitely thought everything he did was useless. I don't know. I wish I could talk to him. I think I'd love to do a conversation with him and get him back in the game. Definitely a talented man, Kurtosis. I wonder if he can look at any of his stuff and be proud of it. Because frankly, yeah, he used the quote from Many a True Nerd, Toxicity is his brand. He's just accept it that he's toxic. Just you believe when people talk about you and you start to believe it, you just fall into that trap and you're like, I don't care. Okay, I'm toxic. I'm negative. I'm just going to keep going with it. But that mindset is never healthy to actually fall deeper into that mindset. I'm not proud of that one. It's okay. But yes. I keep on playing that every time my OBS disconnects, just to let you know. That'll be a sign I'm disconnected. I don't know how that's going to show up in the stream, but yes, negativity does affect you when you start believing it's fine to be negative. It's something you should embrace. I mean, it's fine, but negativity is never something I believe in moderation. You should have balance in your life. Balance the good with the bad. When you tilt the scale, like Many a True Nerds, you don't accept actual criticism sometimes and brush it off. And you just fall into a echo chamber where anything slightly negative will be rejected. There is cold hard truths you have to accept in reality.
Lap of publisher and rights holder Bethesda, okay? Okay, let's commence with the bitching and moaning. My first gripe is that Fallout is not about the 1950s. In Bethesda's games, the idea seems to be that Fallout takes place in a world where the bombs fell in the 1950s. Or rather, in a world where the culture of the 1950s lasts.
Oh yeah, I decided not to use this. And because it's rather craptastic. There's Kurtosis. And here, there's just so little.
Images of the year 2000 really did look like the future. In 1979,
there's just so little to work with. He does bring up one point about rad scorpions. Oh, here's the part. I think it was Fire Spark. Him talking about this.
Changer!
He sounds like a baseball player. He's dressed like a baseball player. He's obsessed with his misunderstood version of baseball that he thinks people played before the war. He makes and sells baseball bats. He's goofy and absurd. How can this guy ever sell enough baseball bats to feed himself? He makes no sense. Fallout 4 takes place in Boston. Real-world Bostonians are stereotypically baseball fans. Therefore, we get this guy, a one-note joke character.
I think that's a rather simplistic view of this. You just strip people down. You can't just assume. You can't assume things. Assumption is a playmate. generally there's a grain of truth within every lie. Sure, he looks like a baseball player, but is he just a baseball player? Someone assess? Maybe that's his passion. I have no real good argument. I don't think his criticism is worth addressing, but someone did. But I'm sure there's problems with his argumentation. It's short, sweet. Let's just go into that.
In 2010, my brother came back from the store with a new game. He briefed me about the lore of Fallout and the theme of this had a Fallout ever. Other than the box art for Fallout 3, aware I was already a year late to the Fallout 4, but I still remember playing the main gameplay felt a lot better. That Fallout wasn't always made by developers for Fallout 1 and 2. I had very little knowledge of them. All I knew was
We have a nice little history lesson here.
that it had that dreadful top-down view and turn-based combat. Two things I absolutely hate in a video game. There was only ever 2 games I got it right. But doing my research and watching gameplay videos and reviews for the first Fallout games, I've come to grow a liking to the vibe, aesthetic, tone, and funny and happier. Interplay's Fallout had their on world building, which is also an evident feeling in New Vegas because Obsidian were the developers for that one. Bethesda's Fallout is a hopeful and challenging enough wasteland that focuses on character building. From what I gather, old Fallout fans argue that the series isn't dark and the option of choice is stripped from you, and new Fallout fans argue that the dark tones and too much freedom hurts developers from reaching a wider audience. Ultimately, to some, Fallout just isn't Fallout. While I find myself agreeing with both sides of this coin, I'm throwing my hat into the ring and making the case that Fallout actually is Fallout. I'm gonna be
I admit whoever this is, I forget who this is, someone who hasn't done much. Why Fallout is rather crappy. Really, drama. I swear, drama everywhere. I don't know what to believe. I just want to focus on the words of people. But I understand people, negative feelings, what's true and not true, often gets blended.
be responding to certain points made by Indigo Gaming and Seamus Young's videos on their comparisons of the new and old Fallout games, which I highly recommend watching before this one. I'll link the videos in the description. I'll be responding to those points that were made by them in defense of creative liberty Bethesda took. Everyone is entitled to their opinion, but keep in mind New Vegas was my first exposure to the series, so I don't want to seem like I favor one developer over the other. I have my gripes with the Bethesda games just as much as I have them with the Interplay games. In my personal opinion, I prefer the first-person shooter mechanic, but I also love the style of the game.
He's really playing the both sides. I can respect that, but he's ultimately not saying much.
And Bethesda's creations feature vastly different.
Let's start.
Interplays and Bethesda's creations feature vastly different approaches to the soundtrack and audio atmosphere, but the in-game soundtrack to Fallout 1 and 2 were ambient, industrial, and sometimes primal, with metallic sounds like distant screeching metal tubes, as if hearing the final death throes of a metal-laden world. Old Fallout had never made any inclination to nationalism, Americana, and the brassy tunes of the mid-20s Fallout was, but it
place in literally two of the most patriotic states in America.
He does bring up a good point. Absolutely true.
American Pride in New Vegas, but Fallout 3 and 4 take place in literally two of the most patriotic states in America. It's no wonder why there was a lot of patriotism in 3 and 4. It makes sense that after 200 years, the new civilization would want to look back and find at least some hope of what America.
This is... I find a problem with this. Some people will cling to what they think the past was. I think that's a little faulty of an argument. It makes sense. No, some people will be attracted to the lure of the past. Most people, in fact, will find something to distract them from the failing world. It works better in Fallout 3 because it's more desolate. But I understand how it could apply to Fallout 4 also. And he brings up the obvious point, music.
America was. As far as the music, yeah, The ambient music could have taken more inspiration from the old games because, personally, I think it fits more with the themes of Fallout. But for the radio, that was completely optional, and for good reason. Something like that would appeal to a wider audience because it takes something as niche as older music and brings it to a world that is trying to survive from a horrible event that completely changed the world for the worst.
Yeah, I think he spends too long on that point for how little it's contained, but that's besides the point.
Radiation poisoning was an insidious and creeping death, just as it is in real life. Fallout 4 removes radiation as a meter entirely, instead making rad poisoning simply a minus to your maximum hit points. This not only strips any semblance of realism of rad poisoning, but is immediately applied and metered.
Old school fans will hate me for this, but I actually liked the way Fallout 4 handled radiation. I'd say,
Yeah, bad take, okay. Sorry. I do not agree with this. I believe just a straight meter slowly ticking away without side effects or anything like that. In fact, so one of the interesting things about, I don't know if Fallout 4 had mutations, but 76 did. And I think that was an interesting system. Some good things in 76, even if it's an overall shit fest. But still.
both systems of the rad meter felt pretty scary because in old Fallout games, it was creeping on you on its own. But with it being part of your health, it was still urgent to take care of, especially if you were in a fight and forgot to heal yourself. Boom. That in one shot.
Old Fallout's world was...
Yeah, definitely. I don't like that point from this person. Because maybe in stages, like, you get mild and you lose like a 10. You get medium, you lose a quarter. You start getting sick in half. I can see how it could work, but it could have been integrated better with more effects, slow you down. There's a better way of just taking it out of your health bar than just that. I agree that it taking a chunk out of your health, perfectly fine. Lower your HP. Would have been much better in that case. But as a straight forward method, no, not good.
Was persistent and challenged and threatened you, but ultimately bent to your will with enough skill or effort. New Fallout's world revolved around you, welcomed, guided, and worked to bend you to its will. Like you were just a passenger on a tour they had planned out for you.
I see where you're coming from, but with the story being so personal, isn't that the point? I'm sure Fallout is supposed to feel like an open world, do whatever you want RPG, but isn't that element still there? If the main story is more of a personal story, and if you just want to complete the main story, then yes, you do actually need to know where you go next. All the Fallout games, including the OGs, gave you that choice and freedom to kill, loot, and pretty much do whatever you want, except for the new Fallout games where you can't kill children. If anything, there's two solutions to that. There are mods to bring that back.
Yeah, I don't like that. Does he do any more?
Alright, here's the deal.
Lincoln is better than a Cadillac.
Junk.
Straight out of a bad 50s detective flick.
Alright, here's the deal.
I don't know if this is a good point or not.
Junktown. It ain't what it used to be.
Oh, a Lincoln is better than a Cadillac. You said, forget about it.
I want to contrast two examples that revolve around the use of sports equipment in the post-apocalypse.
Buy a swatter, the game changer.
Yeah. I think, as I said before, that faulty logic. Really assuming too much with that. Let's see this guy's response, if it's any good.
Contrast that with the way the Legion uses old world sports equipment in Fallout New Vegas. You can find Legion soldiers running around in football gear, but they're not treated like joke characters. They don't see themselves as football players.
Assuming a joke character, someone who dives into it, is way too much. I mean, it's perfectly decent, subjective opinion to have. I don't think the baseball player, it's a gimmick. We have gimmick shops in the real world. I'm sure the baseball gear is a lot more vast than anything else.
Players, they don't talk in football idioms or act like a football team. They don't know about old world football, and they don't care what the gear was originally used for. They just found some sports equipment and realized it would make for good armor. The humor comes from the absurdity of seeing these harmless and mundane objects adopted unironically by an army of vicious murderers and slave masters.
See, this is also another problem I have. Problem most of these people have. They straw man everything Bethesda does, and they steel man everything. Interplay, Obsidian, they make horrible, biased arguments in their personal, subjective opinion, and I think it's really, I really don't, you can find a way that fits with either way.
Again, that fits with the theme that the old world died and Mad Max rose out of the ashes.
What about the guards 10 feet away from Mr. Biaswada, or Diamond City as a whole? The guards are literally wearing baseball gear to keep the city safe from raiders, super mutants, and all the other horrors of the wasteland. Diamond City was once a baseball stadium. Now it's a city trying to thrive and survive and is away from the rest of the danger of the Commonwealth. I don't know, something about that just screams the old world died to me.
It's tragic, but this seems...
Yeah, I don't know about that. That seems... this is why I chose not to actually go with covering this video originally. I looked through a lot of Fallout. As I said, his Rad Scorpion was the only solid piece of criticism that wasn't based on, in my personal opinion, objective opinion. Subjective opinion. Saying something stupid here, but not there. Sort of the double standards.
Seems to happen a lot. One writer comes along and builds a fascinating and complex world, and then the property gets handed off to a new writer that only has the most superficial understanding of the source material. The new writer can't come up with new stuff that fits with the old, so the franchise spirals into incoherency or self-reference.
Just because Bethesda didn't want to make Depression Simulator 4 doesn't mean their writing is bad. They just have
That's sort of a lame joke there. Okay, that's sort of going the opposite way. It could just be a joke. Probably just a joke given the nature of this video, but let's see where it goes.
a very different story they want to tell in the world of Fallout. And yeah, some if not most gameplay mechanics were changed. If anything, the argument could be made that it's a bit more realistic. But the new Fallout games are still very sad and have the same theme that all the previous Fallout games had, which is...
That is incorrect. On a basic fundamental level, maybe has the same themes. You could see Fallout 3 does actually break the mold from this. They break the mold from these strange themes.
Is that war till the end, but Fallout 4, so you can't help but feel a sense of I shouldn't have done that no matter who you side with. Both developers, Bethesda and the now extinct Interplay, did wonderful jobs of creating and building upon the world of...
Yeah, okay. Finish Fallout rant. Next, yeah.
Style is a language. It's a way of connecting with others. It's a way of expressing oneself. I like to share.
Someone I don't really respect, but I think he might have a competent opinion here, at least something that aligns. I guess can't be totally horrible, but sharing an opinion with someone that I consider rather bad overall and what I've seen from him is a little disappointing. He seems to be a contrarian. I don't know if this is before he became more contrarian. He's not a technical contrarian, I guess not, Joseph Anderson, but he does tend to try to come up with new opinions. Let's see how bad. This one's early in his career, maybe when he was coming up and actually getting the subs. I would actually have to do a full breakdown of Joseph Anderson, and I don't know if that would be worth it.
2008 by Bethesda. New Vegas came out 2 years later from Obsidian, with first-person shooter mechanics. The two developers clearly had diverse area when they took over the franchise seconds of starting out. Let's begin with Fallout 3. The first games in the series were set on the west coast of the United States. Bethesda decided to strike out with their own area when they took over the franchise and set their game in Washington, D.C., and jump forward in time by several decades.
write what you know, and they really did not want to fuck with the lore. I really believe this. People seem to disagree with this opinion that they really retconned. I think Fallout 3, they did not do anything egregious to the storyline. Maybe the jet, but I've heard the argument that the person who claimed to have invented jet in Fallout 2 was a known liar. So it's hard to use that as a supporting evidence that jet, I could be wrong about that. I think it was jet was something that you can't establish because of an unreliable claimer. He could have also just made it more stronger or different effect. Who knows? Plus, sorry Interplay fans. Bethesda said they can't actually keep one and two, any of the earlier stuff canon. It sort of ruined their flexibility, I guess, but at least for Fallout 3, they tried to keep it. You know how these companies go, though.
The opening cinematic introduces both the game's universe and its questionable, but often quoted, tagline, War. War never changes. The world of Fallout is an alternate reality where several important differences have occurred throughout history, resulting in an America that is stuck in the cultural atmosphere of the 1950s, but with chunky technology that somehow looks advanced and ancient at the same time. War may or may not change, but it has definitely changed the world. The cinematic explains how nuclear bombs ruined the planet about 200 years earlier, and that many people sought protection.
The giant steel door of Vault 101's.
For such a short video, he sure put some fluff in here. I guess it's just a focus video. He wants some context. I don't know.
Lid closed. No one ever leaves.
The game then shows this birth in a sequence that is both impressive and hilarious as you leave the womb in first person and go through the standard character creation sequence found in most open world games. Before moving on to the tutorial areas in each game, let's look at the cinematic that opens for New Vegas. This movie is a lot longer than the Fallout 3 one and explains the apocalypse in a much more direct way. It moves on quickly to introducing the setting of the game and recapping the history of the west coast of America after the bombs dropped. There is also a lot more focus on the player character at the end, both in explaining what your role was in the world before this moment, and showing you getting shot in the head in first person and something close to a reversal of you being born in Fallout 3. I should say up front that not only do I think that New Vegas is the better game, that I think it is one of the best games ever created, largely because of its narrative that works in spite of its gameplay rather than in harmony with it. I think that going into detail about where the
Okay, it really is just, he just has to put that out there, you know, cover his bases.
Superior an introduction since in Fallout 3, the only way to know that the game is even set in Washington, D.C. is if you recognize the ruined landmark in the opening pan-up before the narration even starts. That said, that doesn't mean that New Vegas does everything better than Fallout 3, or that the games couldn't learn things from each other. While New Vegas has you waking up after surgery to treat the bullet to your head, Fallout 3 sends you through a series of small vignettes that get you used to moving through the world, speaking with people, and getting to know your character's father. Both games make the condescending mistake of not trusting the player to figure things out on their own.
I think that's a condescending mistake of not trusting players to figure things out. I think that's just a very limited view of this. He's trying to make a comparison. I mean, New Vegas definitely does trust their player, and Fallout 3 has a certain narrative hook that they're trying to go on to. Most insult. Okay. Let's see what he says about this. I'm not agreeing with this.
Most insulting part. It's also a missed opportunity to let the player have a chance to muck around with the controls and eventually discover the special book on their own. This functions as a stat allocation for the RPG element of the game, and the UI screams at you to go check it out. Both games rely heavily on quest markers, but here, in a locked room with no enemies and nowhere to get lost, you have to wonder what the game designers were thinking. In any case, that's probably a whole other discussion. The minor spoiler coming up is in regards to your character's backstory in Fallout 3, or rather, your father's.
Yeah, okay. I don't think I agree with him. I meant he definitely is taking a slide at that beginning part. Being a baby about being a baby.
You continue through a few more scenes of growing up in Vault 101, with a birthday and then a test in school, which are fairly good ways of organically teaching you how to shoot and pick your leveled skills.
as well as putting the actual storyline on the hook for players to become attached to, give you a emotional narrative to hook up to.
Then you're woken up to an emergency. Your father has left the vault without you, and soon after that, you learn that he's been lying to you your entire life. You weren't born in Vault 101. After your mother died in the introduction, your father wanted a safe home for you and convinced the overseer of 101 to let you both in. Why your father has now abandoned you and left this safe haven is the main story hook, and it's one that I won't spoil in this video, aside from saying that the answer to it is not very good. The first time I played Fallout 3, learning this minor plot twist made me question the game's opening cinematic.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, he takes this plot point.
It makes the narrator unreliable. When
I wonder if Kurtosis stole this from Joseph Anderson. I haven't actually watched this. This is very similar to Kurtosis' points about the narrator blatantly lied.
That has blatantly lied to you. It can be explained away as setting the mood, or that the narrator is adopting the same facade that the game.
Because I really do find a lot of Kurtosis' arguments similar to Moeller, but there's some element, it's not direct plagiarism, so to speak. I wouldn't even call it plagiarism. Maybe more inspirational points. He uses a lot of points. Like he directly cites Mr. Caption for his new food chain theory, even though that's fundamentally flawed, as I explained twice before. So I'm not going to do it again. But I was wondering about other points, if there's other commentators who's brought up certain points. I don't know why I got the impression this was almost positive. Yeah, let's see how it goes on, though.
Continues for the next few scenes, but it's not the most elegant introduction to the story, since it can make you question what really happened to the world in Fallout, because the rest of the information he presents is otherwise accurate. Aside from that, even though I think New Vegas has one of the best stories in gaming, I think that Fallout 3 has the better narrative hook.
Okay, well, I can agree with that. Most people argue a game like Fallout does not need a narrative hook, but it definitely is a way to get certain type of people more invested emotionally into the game. It will also turn some people who don't give a damn about emotions, who just want to make their own developments and have more generalized character interactions where they have more choices, so to speak, to develop their character. Fallout 3 and New Vegas give you that choice. That's where Fallout 4 falls almost completely flat. It's not completely flat, but I'm pretty sure the criticism, sometimes you'll have multiple options to say pretty much the same damn thing. They hide the limited options. They limit your options with the wheel interface for accessibility for some fucking dumbass reason, which even Todd Howard said was a mistake, I'm pretty sure. I understand the choice for it, but it was dumb, and you have even less dialogue choices. It gives the illusion of more choices than there is sometimes in Fallout 4.
We'll get into gameplay in a moment, but for now, just looking at the motivations given to the player from here, I think there is more of a reason to continue playing Fallout 3 than New Vegas at this early stage. The scenes all reinforce the idea that you are an outsider.
See, I don't know about that. Depends on your motivations as a person. Are you curious about the mystery, the lies, why your father left, or are you more hell-bent on revenge? It's definitely more complex and nuanced in Fallout 3. New Vegas is just simple revenge story. I think Fallout 3 is actually a stronger, but it's more of a subjective stronger. Revenge is simpler, but more universal. Simple, but more generalized. Fallout 3, more complex, and gives you some options to play off. As I said, you can easily decide how you feel about your father. Do you understand why he leaves the vault, or are you mad at him? It's up for you as the role player to decide that.
Outsider. One character almost slips up and reveals the entire thing to you in what must be one of the most uncomfortable moments of dialogue with poor phrasing.
Are you having a nice party? 10 years old. My. Seems like only yesterday that your daddy came.
Yep, that was a very good insert line that some people might have actually missed. Fallout 3 does a good job of, if you don't check everything, and if you're not careful, you'll miss a lot of the story. That's sort of a con for a lot of critics use against it. I think it's a pro that thinks outside the box and story and hint design. And I think that actually makes the blatant lie from an unreliable narrator. Yeah, it's true. I would have to really analyze that. The tone shift, you could make argument. It would be a real tenuous argument that there's a shift in the narrator's tone. Overanalyzing it probably is a mistake for any critic to really go into.
Some characters tolerate you. Others seem to like you well enough, but nowhere near the bond that the game tries to form with your father. So when he you behind to this shit show. Most people will react to this with anger or curiosity, either a fuck you dad or what the hell was so important that he had to do this.
Yeah, there's more choices than just that, but that's that. This is this. You tell me what you want, I'll tell you what you get. You get out of the vault. Sorry, modest mouse.
A reason to go after him that you've decided for yourself instead of a quest marker. Compare this to New Vegas. The cinematic tries its damnedest to establish both the setting and your character's place in it. This is great long-term, but bad short-term. Getting shot in the head should be a fantastic opening to get you playing. Who is this asshole who shot me? Why did he do it? How much am I going to enjoy strangling the life out of him when I get my revenge? But because your character already existed in this world before you slipped him on like a player skin suit, you're not invested enough to really care why this was done to you. Who's to say that you didn't deserve what you got? Maybe you tried to steal from him or you banged his dad. The opening is vague on the details about the job you were trying to do. In Fallout 3, you see
He's leaving out the details. I mean, maybe it's not explained, but it's quickly established later on in the story what you're doing. I mean, they pretty much have your freaking little nanny following you around. Something no one really talks about, probably because he's not incredibly intrusive, but he's definitely there for guidance reasons. Mr. Handy, I don't know. Not Yes Man. Cowboy something? I'm going to have to play that game again. Names are not my forte, obviously.
See for yourself that your character is brand new. Growing up in the vault is a good sample of how your life has been so far. Ultimately, I still like the New Vegas opening more because it works better for multiple playthroughs. Growing up in a vault in Fallout 3 explains why you're ignorant about how the outside world works. In New Vegas, the bullet to your head can always explain away why your character asks stupid questions that they should already know the answer to.
Oh, okay. Acceptable point. Both have their values.
Then, on another playthrough, you can also explain why your character doesn't need to ask these same questions because you can rationalize that the bullet didn't do as much brain damage this time. It's a really clever solution to that problem, and the rebirth the courier experiences upon waking up is almost a good enough reason for the player to assume control of her. The solution to the lackluster hook in New Vegas would to have the player be in control when the ambush happens and you...
Wow, her? It's a minor point. Assume control of her. Guess he likes those butt shots of the third person point of view. So sexist. Yeah, joke point. I know. Tangible reason.
A tangible reason to go after Benny. It would spoil some of the positives that I just mentioned. Moreover, the other thing New Vegas does well is that you can be up and out the door after the doctor heals you in a few short minutes. New Vegas, Fallout 3, Oblivion, and Skyrim are commonly and extensively modded. It's one of the best draws that they have. Mods are best installed to be played with new games. It is hilarious to me that it's Obsidian, not Bethesda, that seem to factor this into their opening. Skyrim and Fallout 3 especially have these massive openings that you're forced to play through, or literally sit through in the case of Skyrim, whenever you start over. Excluding mods, these games are usually played more than once anyway.
Yeah, it's a little bit more difficult in Skyrim to skip it after the first playthrough. They really don't let you save before character creation, which is probably a mistake of Skyrim. You have to sit through this, or you have to get the mod to get through it. So it would make more sense logistically that a mod to skip the beginning of Skyrim would be smarter. Bringing that in is making a case.
How interesting these openings are the first time, they become incredibly tiresome after that. The gameplay differences in both.
Sometimes, yes, I will agree. Skyrim's a little bit weaker. They should let you, after you escape, they should let you re-roll, like they sort of did before you escaped the vault.
Opening areas are larger than the narrative ones. Specifically, the introductory zones reflect the priorities that the developers had for the rest of the game. First, I want to very briefly go over the core components that make up gameplay in both of these games, and I do mean briefly, or else this video will turn into a bloated mess that looks at every part of the game. The games revolve around periods of exploration, character building, dialogue, decision making, and combat. There's surprisingly little mandatory resource management for a game with a post-apocalyptic theme. Exploration can result in you finding valuable items, but after a certain point this can become more of a chore than a fun mechanic. You gain experience and level up, assigning perk points and increasing skills. These skill points both dictate what your character is capable of doing and open up optional dialogue options. Decision making is usually tied to interacting with NPCs and is often linked with the combat.
Wow, such a dry reading. Okay, I'm starting to wonder if Madden Inn took some talking points from this. Seems almost.
About passable in both games and can never outright be considered deep or a lot of fun. It's the exploration and decision making that shines, but even here the two games differ greatly. Let's look at the maps of both games before getting back to the starting areas. Fallout 3 is one wide open space with locations dotted around. The game encourages you to wander and get roped into some sort of story or problem that is happening in each area, with the freedom.
Yeah, okay. I will agree with this. I'm half and half on this Joseph Anderson video. He brings up some points that I can agree with and others I disagree with, but he's more of a subjective critic. I'm also not more of a subjective. I'm not an objective critic by any freaking standards. Well, I do have my objective standards and I have my variable subjective standard. That means I can see the game from various viewpoints given people's different mental states. I have to take their factors in consideration. Sometimes this might make me seem a little more contrarian. It's not really a contrarian. It's sort of just trying to play both sides of it. And sometimes if the one side is being stated by someone, I'll take the opposite side of something I can agree with. I've done this before. I'll probably do it again. Probably might even expand it at some point, but I probably should. I generally believe that in my writing, I make a very good point of highlighting how other people can see this, and it's not necessarily the story. I'll have to make sure to work on that in the future. This is all a learning experience for me, even this stream.
Freedom given to the player to go more or less wherever they want right from the start of the game. The decisions you make in each area rarely link to other locations, and the main quest surrounding your father acts as a vague breadcrumb to visit several zones and get you involved in the separate issues in each one. New Vegas is more
meta-analysis is the best way. I agree. Might be a foreign concept to people watching this video and on the live stream, but in research, meta-analysis is considered top tier. I would like some verification on some of my videos, but I tend to get straw man when my critics of Fallout series, especially the Kurtosis ones. Weird. They never actually address any of my actual points. It's like they just want to defend Kurtosis from any little bit of criticism, even some of the more minor ones, and they don't acknowledge when I actually believe that Kurtosis has a valid point. Probably because he's so freaking annoying, I have to put that I have to put it in a way to let people know that he does it in such a smug and annoying way that even though I can see his point, he still annoys me with how he states it. But I don't know if that comes across, but no one's being very honest about what I'm actually doing and what I'm trying to do to actually really state that. So, what can I do about it? Other people don't care about Kratos' content. Like, why are you even covering this? I'm like, I want to try to take it seriously, the criticism, at least certain points where I agree or disagree with. I'm a weird one. Oh well.
Linear at the start, which is a strange thing to say about an open world game. There are several directions you can travel at the beginning, but they're full of high-level dangerous enemies. The route you're meant to take is to go to the south and then loop back around to the north until you get to New Vegas proper. It's only then that the game truly opens up and you have the freedom to...
Oh, so freaking boring. I mean, he's stayed in... I think it's just...
about the starting areas in both games is that they reflect the larger worlds that they're contained in. Vault 101 is its own little bubble tucked away from everything else. As you...
Okay, yeah, faulty. I don't agree with this. It's self-contained. I think this is faulty argumentation. That definitely there is a little bit of truth to this. Each starting area sort of has the basics for people to learn, but that's called a tutorial area. Okay, the Vault 101 or Good Springs. Good Springs give you freedom. It tries to give you decent guidance. Fallout 3 tries to continue.
bearing on the rest of the game. Its only effect change in this area and have no bearing on the rest of the game. It's just like the other areas you can find throughout the map. Meanwhile, Good Springs, which may feel like a bubble of its own at the start of the game, is actually connected to the larger world. The problem Good Springs has isn't as urgent as the blaring alarms and the tyrant ruling in 101, and the people in town make it clear that they don't strictly need your help in solving it. But as you progress through the story in this area, you are already being introduced to the faction system in New Vegas and, by the quest's resolution, have to make a choice that will affect this area on the map. Namely, you can side with the townsfolk and help Good Springs endure in the face of an aggressive gang. This is not only a fundamental part of completing each area in New Vegas, it's also essential to navigating the choices in the game's story that result in different...
Okay. Well, I don't necessarily agree with him. He does bring up some good points. I mean, you don't... With Fallout 3, it's a little bit... Sometimes you just sit in action, like not taking the gun will have a unpredictable result. Would be a better way of saying that. You never know the randomization. See, there's more randomization in the world. I think this I believe this statement holds more true for Fallout New Vegas than it does for Fallout 3 in reality. But Fallout 3 is a weird beast, so to speak, and I think this observation, but I sort of skipped over it. Not really that important to address. I mean, this is a mixed bag. I mostly agree with what he's saying here. Very linear.
101 is a very linear experience. It's also one that doesn't make much sense since many of the doors are locked down, and since you've lived here your entire life, you should already know how to get around. Escaping from 101 also only tests your combat skills. There's some dialogue and potentially a hacking minigame, but that's it. Good.
See, it doesn't make sense. He's almost contradicting himself. You're already sort of outcast, and your dad breaking out, turning suspicion against you into pretty much outright hostility. Someone like Butch, who's known you his whole life, even in a sort of negative manner, will actually be a little bit different. Ooh. Yeah.
Springs, on the other hand, is like a microcosm of all the fundamental gameplay features of Fallout. There are optional areas to loot. There's a schoolhouse to explore with a computer to hack, a safe to open, and some critters to kill. This sort of scavenging is something you'll be doing a lot, and the very first area lets you get a taste of it. You even have a chance to sneak and steal if that's the kind of character that you want to be. There are many NPCs, each with their own stories and place in the...
Okay, done with Captain Obvious. He had some brief insight, but overall, his reading's just so dry. How did this guy get popular? What is he at now? Just no humor.
Hey there, Sneak Clay's personal...
But I hope you'll enjoy my little break video. I don't know how long I'll stay on it.
Or Base Ready Legion Wojak! I'm Space Hyperborian!
Warning, ear rape possibly.
Look, I'm sorry for destroying your ears, but hearing the same joke over and over again gets annoying after a while. So let me talk about my first problem with Fallout content. Lore channels. So what's my problem with them? Nothing really too major or offensive, I just think it's an easy way to get views from Fallout fans. Why play the game yourself and read all those terminal entries when you could just have some dude read it for you? And have it run in the background while you're playing something like Minecraft or whatever. Obligatory part where I talk about the Fallout community's favorite punching bag right next to TKS man-tits. The Fat Bastard, the stereotypical Reddit lord, that one...
Yeah... And back up. Again, who cares about Oxhorn? Okay, Storyteller was much better. Too bad Austin killed Shoddy Cast. Wait, sorry, that's just a rumor. Shoddy Cast people just got bored. Dang. Fallout 3 was the last great one. Fallout 4, they just couldn't get the motivation up. Completely understand that. Aside from a few points, Fallout 4 really wasn't worth going about it.
That tips his bowler hat for milady. Ladies and gentlemen, get your Reddit karma ready for Oxhorn!
This guy stinks! Get off the stage!
Okay, I'm gonna keep this segment quick because everyone and old lady Gibson knows that Oxhorn is mediocre to the extreme.
Yeah, you sort of target both sides. I wonder if this guy's just trying to piss off both sides. It's just like, fuck you. Bethesda, Obsidian, Interplay fan, fuck you both. I'll make fun of you equally. There's probably an imbalance to it, but...
And
that back
Making the shit stuck. Why would you do me like that?
after. Really just taking the frog dude's valor, really. Also, Shitlord Builds is still alive. The reason why he went off YouTube for a bit was because of health problems anyway. Being in a funny position. Mantis really do be like, hey, did you know that there was going to be quantum Deathclaws in Nuka World? Yes. Hey, did you know in Fallout 2 you can remove your toe?
Yes.
Hey, did you know in Fallout 3 there's a hammer called a tenderizer?
Give me Tinder.
With Oxhorn, you have long-ass videos that gloss over basic Fallout lore, and as for TKS Mantis, you have short-ass videos that explain tiny little bits of pointless lore that everyone knows already. Wow, a hammer with a unique name. So interesting.
Yeah, a little tedious. I think I watched this over on Skip. I really don't know about all this crap. It was interesting, but annoying. Has value. Probably shouldn't show it here.
With me being one of the still active Sneak Clay members to make a video criticizing / making fun of his memes. Which, yes I am.
Also, Poman's video with 50k views doesn't count. It's a joke video.
Alright, enough of the view flexing, let's get into this shit. Now, you're probably expecting this part of the video for me to go on a rant about—
Sort of like the videos I found with Kurtosis. Those were all joke videos until mine. Okay, and you're trying to make me out to be a joke video. No, I just put humor in my videos. I put style. I don't feel like I need to do much. Okay, Kurtosis is pretty much somewhat of a joke already. Okay, and even this guy doesn't even really address him. There's one point, and it's not even a serious one. It's the standard one. A little boring, but he's doing. He probably doesn't want to sit down for 8 hours for the video either.
About Schizo Elijah's sins against the Fallout community.
Right?
Wrong! This video is mostly about repetitive Fallout content, and the reason I mentioned TKS Mantis and Oxhorn's sins is because, well, everyone knows about that shit already. This is not a call-out video. This is a video talking about Fallout content being boring. We're criticizing Elijah's content, not him as a person. That video is a story for another day. So originally in my video, I criticized Elijah's memes for following a very repetitive formula, and that formula being Base Spinny Legion Wojak!
Yeah, he stays on this point too long, but he's trying to be funny while making this point. It's not very funny. Maybe it's meta commentary, ironic humor.
Serious? Bruh, Schizo's hate boner for Fallout 4 is just sad. Like, we get it, it's a bad game in itself, the story is shit and it has very little weapons, even with the DLC included. And one of the DLC weapons only has ammo you get in that specific DLC location without modding. But
there is a giant market for Bethesda hate. I understand it. How much can you say Bethesda sucks? Okay. How many different ways? How many different ways can you do it? I'm not sure. I just don't join in that. Okay. I am saying they have so much potential, but like every company, they failed. They didn't take in the right direction. They sort of were falling down the wrong point in the first place, trying to innovate, doing crazy and new wild ideas and expressing that to an audience, and when that fails, they just are like, they sneak out the back door like, we made a mistake. Or sometimes they don't even do that.
this video's whole entire point for existing is just to make fun of Fallout 4 mods on the all-time ass and repetitive as your average Fallout Redditor 2. I didn't even need to look up that shit too. Yeah, I think earning the title best thing that happened to the Fallout community isn't really a hard-to-earn title anymore. It's true what they say, isn't it? Once anything touches Reddit, it becomes a shit show of unfunny, overbeing punchlines. Torn Mantis fans being IRL.
I will agree, Reddit is a cesspool. I use it by necessity sometimes, but, you know. You take the bad with the good.
Soyjack Funko Pop lovers, but then you encounter a modern-day New Vegas fanboy, and if you don't like that Legion LARP shit or funk montage memes, get ready for an annoying-ass speech about how unbased beta gamma soy pill you are for not daring to like that Legion on LARPing as some legionary on the internet and sucking Obsidian's dick is gonna.
Okay, I'm sure this could be annoying to someone in the Fallout community. Well, I don't care. Research into this. Moving on past this. I'm not autistically obsessed with one subject. Might touch upon if it's fun, but
terms to boost your fragile ego. And if you think that does anything for the Fallout fandom, I got two things to say to you. Don't touch grass now! Well, that or you could just
unironically kill yourself.
I don't necessarily like touch grass. I'm allergic to grass. I don't like touching grass. Can I just go outside and touch pavement? Much more safe for me. Not really allergic to grass. I did one time make a superhero, and my friend, he was too overpowered. He was sort of like Hulk. He had very little weakness except for no self-control. And my friends are like, yeah, his weakness is chloroform. So basically grass. I'm like, fuck you guys. But that's a story for another day.
Nerds in this fandom, holy shit! And do I need to bring up again that some of the most popular mods on New Vegas for Nexus of all time are porn mods? Wow, you guys are really proving that the Legion.
Good. Gotta love porn mods. Gotta represent that perv. Oh. I mainly use the transcript just to skip around. Oh, here it is. It's gonna piss off all the Kurtosis fans. This one little clip.
A rage-filled rant when you tell them that Vertibirds being pre-war doesn't do.
Actually, let me back up there.
Off after you tell him you can't take the West because he'll lose the East. that or go on a fucking rage-filled rant when you tell them that vertebrates being pre-war doesn't do anything harmful to the plot.
Oh my god!
Bruh, just wait until you get to the 40k fandom. They have shitloads of retcons. I can't even...
According to a lot of YouTubers, 40k and even Robotech is going down the shitter thanks to a certain segment. I don't want to be biased. I'm just telling you what people say. I follow people dealing with the culture war on the left and right. You know, a balanced perspective. Frankly, I think the culture war is just dumbass shit to distract people from actual real problems. And that might be a good thing, because more protests would probably happen from everyone if not. Sheep-like mentality. Just, we're all falling into the trap. I'm sort of like a nihilist, but more of an absurdist. Have fun with it. Have fun with the fucked up world we live in. That's the best we can do. Try to make the most sense out of it. And try to have fun with it. Try to find some objective reality and understand how other people do. It's almost schizophrenic to try to pull all that off. I limit that sort of thinking for very limited subjects where I can explore that in a safe test condition like YouTube. Definitely not Reddit. Definitely not a safe place to express too many opinions unless you find the right subreddit.
Count them all. Can we just be real here? Why can't dudes just enjoy shit from other...
Here. Why did someone... What? Why did some splee need to make an 8-hour long response video to a 2-hour video? Get a life. Let me just blow that up real quick. I doubt any Kurtosis fans are actually going to watch the video this long, but let me just stick this on here for a while and talk for a bit about virtually nonsense. Doesn't really matter. It's just sort of funny. Okay. Wonder if he already has comments. I wonder if they're Kurtosis fans or just people. People on both sides probably could be pissed off. Go after Oxhorn, which I don't give a fuck. Go after Schizo Elijah or whatever his name is. Don't give a fuck. I'm going
games in peace. Sure, Fallout 3 wasn't perfect. I mean, its main story is really just you cleaning up after your dad's mess, along with the Enclave coming out of nowhere in the end bits. But it's got a lot of interesting side content to it. Like those two superheroes, the Mechanist and the Antagonizer. Or the Vault full of clones that all say Gary. Bruh, don't be dissing on my boys, the Garys. Also, like, 2 of the DLCs are good, Pit and Lookout. 1 just breaks the game by giving you free power armor training and a glitch set of power armor you don't need to fix. And yes, 76 has many questionable lore breaks, as it does lore fixes. Along with just now being pseudo-broken rather than being unplayable. But hey, once you get into it and find out it has way more RPG mechanics and stuff to play around with than Fallout 4 ever did, it's just dumb, cheesy fun. Yeah,
I'm still... No, sorry. No argument will convince me. Maybe if I had loser friends to play with me, it would be more enjoyable. But I can't get my loser friends to play that game with me, because they're not that big of losers.
I'm gonna say it, 76 is not the worst Fallout game anymore. That just goes on following their word. Loves goddamn storyteller. The Fallout fan series that is so iconic, we have people out here cosplaying as a storyteller. Well,
okay, I did like the storyteller series. That was good old-fashioned Fallout content.
Oh, everyone knows that story already. OG shot heroes, but whatever happened to thrown around? Mean anything about your IRL beliefs? You never shut up about our savages. Simple is. And I bet your ass the NCR would treat them like the Waco siege. I mean, Bitter Springs.
Yeah, obviously it's going for comedy and pissing every annoying person off. Both sidism has its perks. It's a little over the top, a little annoying, but I can see his points in some cases. I can see his points. comment section is like that also.
Is the ATF. Chill it out with the LARP.
Truth be told,
I think I fucking hate them too. I definitely don't.
Okay, it's back. Good timing.
My throat hurts like a fucking bitch. But I'm gonna be serious here. Or you either simp for New Vegas or get called a.
I can completely understand his point of view here. I'm glad I'm not in this mess. I wouldn't want to be in strict Fallout content with those. Just from my limited research, let me see. I've been back in this mess for maybe 3 months, researching, seeing different opinions, different people, different creators, doing research on the games, forming opinions, playing Fallout 3. Oh, God. I'm definitely taking a break from this Fallout community after tonight. I don't care if Kurtosis makes another video on me. I'm taking at least a few weeks off before I even look at least a week, probably closer to a month before I even come back to this. I have other things. I have other interests. I'm not an autist who needs to focus on hating on. There's too many companies. I think just hating on Bethesda's bad practices would be bad. There's plenty of bad developers out there. Blizzard, Riot, EA. Oh, just too many companies with so much hope, so many good games under their belt just fall into shit. Oh, glad I'm just not a video game. Movies, anime, books, mostly audiobook, easy to take in, YouTube content. Has been hotel, seems cool.
Kind of pushes people away from ever liking it at all.
It's 2021. How long has it been since Fallout New Vegas came out? These people still exist.
Like I had to go through and like search through old comments to see how many like ones I could use to fry in this.
Yeah, I watched this video. I think I watched a bit of the Stag stream where they covered the video. Actually, I couldn't watch the Stag stream. I listened to a bit, then I looked at the video. Yeah, the bias fell on one side. A little bit too hard. He was trying to be balanced, but he definitely fell in one camp. Bad Sergeant. Bad man.
Video is the example of the extreme and toxic.
And I frankly don't like all this shit talking about the community, but I'm not a very communal person. I am a mercenary for hire. Well, more of a madman with the YouTube channel, but I was always a Doctor Who fan, so I like that label. If I can get some people to come along on the ride.
The shit out of it. New Vegas underrated. Bitch, please. More like overrated as shit. Everyone and their grandma talks about this game now. Christ. Everyone knows even.
Almost to the end. I think I've been streaming for a while.
Meet Harper. Harper.
This. Play a bit of this. Oh. Give it a moment. Get back into it after this. Oh well.
Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, they did okay with their own intellectual properties, but there was still a void in their life. But then, Bethesda rolled up to them and say, hey, sucks what happened between...
It really no clue about this video. I picked it at random just to fill things out. This is a horrible title. It's only good. I wanted to see how bad this was. I wanted to represent some of the bad arguments from people who are defenders of Fallout 3. The title alone is just obnoxious. Is it clickbait, or is he really going to try to make this argument? No clue on that.
You and Interplay, here's the Gamebryo engine. Want to make another Fallout game? And the rest is history. Fallout New Vegas is an amazing game that basically relies on everything Fallout 3 took a huge leap of faith on in order to be a successful game. When we remember that Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas are an entirely different genre from Fallout 1 and 2, it really becomes important how much of a leap of faith Fallout 3 took on a bunch.
I want to agree with him, but he's overselling the shit out of this. Bethesda probably knew that they could make some, or had a pretty good idea that they could make something good with the Fallout franchise. Okay? It's calling it a leap of faith. Could be correct. I wouldn't know the rags. That would be all internal crap.
Bunch of things, and how, well, yes, Fallout New Vegas is pretty much improving upon everything that was made in Fallout 3. They got Bethesda to do all the heavy lifting for them, and both games benefit from that. Fallout New Vegas is basically an expandalone to Fallout 3, albeit a very big, well put together.
Oh, almost sounds like he's praising New Vegas, but there is some very slide language coming in here.
Expand alone. New Vegas is similar to games like Far Cry, Blood Dragon, or that new Subnautica game where you're basically in the Arctic now. It's an expansion to the previous game that takes the elements of the first game and morphs them into something improved, but does not add anything entirely new or radically improve on the graphics or engine.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't improve on the graphics or engine, but nothing new. Radically different. I would argue they have radically different game design philosophy. And I would even agree that New Vegas has something that's more enjoyable to the average gamer, gameplay wise. It doesn't have the narrative hook of Fallout 3, but not all people are going to care about that narrative hook that Fallout 3, the randomness of Fallout 3, completely different. Let's see what this is.
Iteration of Gamebryo, as Fallout 3 does, down to the UI design. A large number of the weapons are recycled over from Fallout 3 down to the textures. However, it also features an entirely new game map, new weapons on top of the already existing ones from the previous game, new factions, and new sets of armors to go with them, but in spite of all of this, it is still the same core game underneath. Heck, if you go into your NVIDIA GeForce experience, Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas use some of the same images as each other for its game optimization. No screenshots for Fallout 3's game optimization. There is a lot of new stuff in New Vegas, but when you strip it down, it's basically Fallout 3. It reminds me a lot of a Firaxis Games expansion pack, which for those of you that don't play Firaxis games, like say the XCOM reboots or Civilization, a typical Firaxis Games expansion pack will often have the...
What the hell is this video? Oh, tangents out the ass. I mean, this is just such a mess of a video. Fairly old also. Pretty sure someone... wonder if Kurtosis has already criticized this, probably. I definitely didn't watch that episode if they did on Stag.
Thing, but the expansion is so comprehensive that it completely reworks how the game is. Amazing examples of this: XCOM 2 versus XCOM 2 were really different executable to the...
Do you have a point, dude? Okay.
Point of where your mods for XCOM 2 Frozen Throne was to Warcraft 3, but where were we? This is a Fallout video, right? And
making a joke. I'll forgive you because that clearly yourself aware or some crap like that.
And much like the Firaxis game expansions, the core premise of the game is still effectively the same. You're a self-insert character that's sort of shoved out into the wilderness of the nuclear wasteland, and you have to find your way towards MacGuffin in order to become a player in the huge battle of the region where everything will be decided. Wait, this is also the core premise of Skyrim and Oblivion and...
You strip it down to the core, they're all the fucking same. There are some strictly, when you have any objective, any goals, it's the same core. Fallout 1 and 2 also.
all down is that New Vegas is much more than an expansion, but much less than a full-on sequel. Yeah.
I really dislike this language. And I don't even see the point of this.
Yes, expandalone games are usually a bit cheaper than the games they're based on, and that is often conflated with them being lesser to their games they're based on. But New Vegas is a special circumstance here because Obsidian Entertainment went the extra mile and then the extra mile after that, and so on. New Vegas takes everything from Fallout 3 and expands on it until it becomes its own standalone game. Another common staple in expandalones is how they stay out of the way of the story of the mainline games, which helps all parties involved here. Obsidian gets to pick up where they left off with the NCR on the west coast of the Atomic Wasteland, whereas Bethesda gets to make their own continuity on the east coast without pissing off any of the hardcore fans from the original games. Everyone is pleased and nobody gets kicked out of the canon or gets accused of ruining the pre-existing canon.
If I would have only stayed that way, would have been nice. Fallout 4 was at this time, wasn't it? And I'm pretty sure retcons were made. Might have been actually the good retcons, but I don't quote me on that. I really don't.
Fallout New Vegas improves on nearly every aspect of Fallout 3. Obsidian already had all the heavy lifting done by Bethesda for making the Fallout 3 game base, so they got to just improve everything in this game. A good way to describe all the improvements made in Fallout New Vegas compared to Fallout 3 is anytime you were playing Fallout 3 and said to yourself, man, I really wish Fallout 3 had blank, New Vegas likely has that in the game. We can go down the line of all the things in Fallout New Vegas and see that they are overt improvements.
Okay, I don't really care for this video very much. Let's see.
Rampage across the wasteland, purging all that is evil, but don't you wish you could find out more about his story? Well, now in New Vegas, all the companions have their own side quest line where you can learn about them, form relationships with them, become their best friend, sort out all their emotional baggage. You can do it all. And these are just a few of the examples of things that have been rapidly improved in New Vegas and allow you to enjoy the Fallout game even more. Another place where New Vegas really shines is by taking a balance pass at all the previously existing weapons and combat system. A big problem in Fallout 3 is that towards the end of the game, you're going to end up only using a small handful of weapons because how certain enemies just scale up was level like in Oblivion. I have no idea why in Point Lookout enemies can take out half of my HP in one shot despite the fact that I'm level 28, but...
Because you're a scrub, dude. No, yeah, I ran into the same problem. You just gotta use that medics and kill them. Depends on who you're playing against and how you attack them. I really don't know. This is just so unfocused.
noting that this may be the 8th time I've actually bought this game. I did a 2014 review with my friend who had played Fallout 3 for the first time, but I realized I never did a modernized review through my own eyes. This is a time where we're able to really see if this oft-referred classic really does stand the test of time.
Oh, this is truly... This is the only Maddie... Mr. Maddie Plays. I'll let this play in the background. Little background music to finish this off with.
What makes this game so special, and is it worth returning to? Well, that's what we're going to be answering today, so get comfortable, and let's start off with the introduction. I feel like I could do a 40-minute breakdown on why Fallout 3's introduction sets the stage.
Yeah, but you only do 10 minutes, and you're only spending 9 minutes.
The entire game so perfectly. Honestly, this is one of the best beginnings to a video game ever. No matter what, even if you don't like the base game, the way that it sets the stage is beautiful. From the introduction, seeing the messed up wasteland, to Ron Perlman's introduction like we've always seen in the Fallout games, to life in the vault, putting ourselves in the shoes of a typical vault dweller, seeing an experiment gone wrong, customizing your character, the birthday party, the goat. Everything here serves to build you as a character, but also the narrative that's in place. Everything about Fallout.
That's definitely a hyper glassy-eyed view of this. It does have issues. There is problems in there, but of course this is just... Oh wait, this is a review? Yeah. This dude does way... I don't think he could say. This was the one Rags was talking about. Of course he wouldn't talk anything negative about Fallout 3. That is his sacred cow. Because even I don't know. Some people like Fallout 4 more, but there is more points against Fallout 4. That's why Fallout 3 seems like a weird doc for heavy criticism, but it makes sense. It was the opening of the wound of Bethesda just getting in there, even if they were fucking up. This was me being lazy with this. Yeah, lazy. That was the problem with that stuff.
Fallout 3's introduction is just right. If there's anything I can say, it's flawless. But what happens when you leave this vault and you enter the open world? You find yourself a marvelously designed world, feeling truly desolate, with beacons of hope strategically planted on the horizon. Fallout 3 was at the forefront of open world design. You'd see a lot of debris, a lot of broken buildings, but then just one thing stood out in the distance, and you'd mark that as your points, your destination that you had to get there. But from point A to point B, a lot of things will pop up on your travels that'll distract you, that'll excite you, that'll scare you, and that was one of the strongest aspects of this game. But once you reach these locations, you realize the inspiration of design in some of these towns that
I can actually get behind some of his premise. It's just too hyped up. Just as I criticize Kurtosis for such a negative framing, the rainbows and sunshine bullshit spreading out of this also annoys me. I could criticize it very easily. It's getting too late in the game. I just wanted to demonstrate. And this is one of his best ones. This is one of his more analytical ones. The rest is just him talking all rainbows and what effect. This is him actually looking at it. But he clearly biased in the other direction. That's why he did the disrespectful to call Fallout 4 a bad game or some crap. Or Bethesda. I don't even know. I don't keep up with these jackasses. I don't know why. I guess fans rally around guys like this. I try to find some substance, and this one has some substance between all the fluffy bullshit in between.
truly shines through. Seeing the turbine pick up to propel the wings of a formerly crashed plane as I entered Megaton is such a thing of artistic beauty and creativity. The Dunwich building, which could be mistaken as just another dungeon on the surface. Oh, it's an office building, I'm going to explore it. But it delivers one of the creepiest sub-stories in the entire game. As I return to Fallout 3,
yes, inspired. It's inspired by Lovecraft. Okay, one of the better little hidden elements in there. With it needs the DLC to really pay off. Don't know how I feel conflating the main story with DLC. Fallout 3 is much better. Well, has 2 good DLCs, I would say. The Pits, excellent for both story building, world building, and same thing sort of with Dunwich. Not Into the Pits. I'm lacking on the name.
I realized something that I don't see in any Bethesda Game Studio games. This is truly what you call a dream game. Some of the quests, encounters, and characters.
Or you could call it a nightmare game. Up Is Not Jump has a whole series on nightmares. Never really took him seriously because he's one of these joke reviewers who makes a handful of jokes in between a whole bunch of jokey. The video game donkey inspired critic, so to speak. But that's about all I'll say on that. See how much longer I go.
Truly feel as if they were spawned out of the mind of a creative individual who daydreamed of making something like this, and that their time had finally come. Some of the
yeah, but this is where the lack of realism will get you. This argument can't be used against you. Lack of immersion, the instability of the world, sort of like the Dark Souls 2 approach. That it almost reminds me of Dark Souls in defense of Dark Souls 2. Yeah, I got really lazy with some of this. Save that for the end.
Chance. The environmental storytelling depicts it so much. So let's stick with the Dunwich building.
I do agree with the environmental storytelling. It still was in its infancy, and there was plenty of problems with the sort of Dark Soul environmental lore can be found in little snatches here and there. This was sort of like a hybrid step. This was part of that experimental process for environmental or hidden story elements that Bethesda dabbled in for a while. With sort of Oblivion and Fallout 3, I think they just gave up on that afterwards, which I think is a shame. It definitely needed work, and maybe Bethesda wouldn't have actually ever been able to pull it off, but that's really beside the point.
Right from the get-go, as you enter, you see a skeleton traipsed over a box. As I look closer, I learn it's a box full of grenades. The beauty of this environmental storytelling is you're able to piece together...
Really? The grenades? Okay, go on. It's a little ridiculous. I mean, yeah, it's a little bit better than the skeleton around this stuff. Obviously, it was trying to blow stuff up, maybe seal off the building. Guess you could infer that, but...
together in your head a vision of what may have happened. Did this poor soul crawl to these grenades as a last-ditch effort? Having things left to the imagination is good for the game's health, but fortunately it's not the only form of story told to you. 76. Throughout this specific building, you're going to find...
Well, at least he took a shot at 76. Really, no one should defend that game if it just be like, okay, I'll accept it for something that could get people interested, but overall crappy at launch and not made for Fallout fans, or really even most of the people who got attracted to the Fallout franchise, or even Elder Scroll or anything like that. Lost its nerd roots trying to get us to socialize. Fuck that. I'm a nerd. I socialize when I want to, with who I want to. I don't want to be forced to, like 76 tries to force me to, and rather badly at that.
A matter of audio tapes, enemy placements, and types will indicate what's really happened here to tie into those audio logs. So it's one of the rare moments where Fallout 3 just lets the area do the speaking for itself, unlike some of its more directed side quests. You're going to meet an eclectic, odd bunch of folks across the Capital Wasteland. It's a stark contrast.
Wow, that almost sounded like a edge of a criticism there. Huh? Impressive. I think there's a few points in this. I previewed this. It's still sunshine and rainbow colored tint to it.
To the otherwise dreary world. Dark humor and wacky requests are peppered about. I'm looking at you, Moira. This woman legit wants me to help her make a survival guide by putting my neck on the line in the middle of a goddamn apocalypse. That said, the manner of approach in these quests is much more open than Bethesda games nowadays. I could lie my way through this survival guide. I could roast Lucas Sims' hat. I don't know what that has to do with anything, actually. Point being is there is some degree of agency here that we just don't see in Bethesda Game Studio games nowadays. And a lot of people were first introduced to Fallout with Fallout 4, and they have
well, at least even someone disrespectful has, at least at this point in time, who knows? This was the best one, as I said, the most balanced, I guess, just the dark side of corporate. Who the fuck knows? I'm not gonna watch too many of his videos. He definitely would be someone to look at if I wanted to find the flaws in criticism for Bethesda, for the defenders of Bethesda. He is not the worst. Oxhorn. I wonder who is the worst. There's Oxhorn, this guy, many a true nerd. Who else is ardent defenders? I didn't do enough for. There's retards like he who shall not be named.
have not experienced Fallout 3, and this is a game that should be experienced because it offers you something that made Fallout such a popular franchise. Now, I've highlighted creativity, a sad world, wacky characters, creepy moments, and so on. As I put the words on paper for this script, it makes sense why Fallout 3 is held in such high regard. The moment-to-moment is just something you can't get anywhere else. One moment you're helping ghouls invade a tower full of elitist rich assholes, and the next you're stumbling into a horrific Deathclaw ambush. You just never know what's going to happen as you explore the wasteland. And I think it's because of the way the content was structured and created. Allow me to get into that a little bit. While Fallout 3 isn't a short game, especially considering its wonderful DLC minus Mothership Zeta, I mean, come on, they're trying to tell us the aliens are the reason the Great War happened? No, not worth my time. Still, it's not as long as open world games nowadays. It was crafted in a unique time where needless bloat did not ever feel necessary.
Interesting approach to it. I cannot disagree too heartily, but of course a positive spin. I would just say told its story, did what it wanted to try something new. Wasn't too concerned with all the traditional crap. Definitely bucked tradition in a lot of ways, but respected in others. You feel free to argue or receive whatever butt plug you want up your anal cavity. Yeah, getting to that point in the night where sleep is overcoming me.
You didn't need radiant quests and mindless crap to run on repeat just to bump up a player's hour count. Because everything you come across is created with an intent, a focus. Naturally, you're going to get something better out of it. I know we all joke about helping settlements out in Fallout. Now, the gameplay in general, something that certainly shines a bright light of Fallout 3 is that prior to this game, this is some outcome for your foe. Meanwhile, in 3, it increases your damage output on top of the explosion of blood and guts, which was a little more significant back then because of the updated technology. And I know it's funny, updated tech, Bethesda in the same sentence, I get it, but hear me out. The same seamless transition can be said for VATS. The poor shooting is only...
Yeah, okay. A little bit of this.
There's a skeleton key, lies on the stairs. I should have been a little prepared. Picked up the key, opened the door. Don't have a clue what I am in for. There's a boy on the counter, cut up in pieces.
Text in a number of scenarios.
I'm not a doctor, I can't make him better. All I could do is is try to put him together. He's made of staples and broken bones. Barely breathing, I'm not a doctor, I can't make him better. All I can do is try to put him together. He's made of staples and broken bones. Bruises from chapters, stories untold. If I had a wish, it'd be make him whole. He's barely alive. I'm gonna call him mine. I'm gonna call him my Frankenstein. Shut up and bleeding from inside. I'm gonna call him mine.
Same character that goes against his point, and going on a lengthy tangent about a lack of dungeons, based entirely on speculation and personal theory, without any actual evidence to back.
Yeah, he keeps reiterating, Kurtosis, you don't use much evidence. You use supporting arguments. You use former evidence. Sorry, your evidence, what you claim to be evidence, Kurtosis, is a software tree of autistic degree. Let's see how you close this up. Let me just at least react.
Kind of civilization. Maybe not necessarily roads as we know them, paths, trails, and so forth. It's easier to drive on the road than it is over rocky, uneven ground, which is why we have special vehicles for that. Similarly, it's easier for people to walk over flat.
Okay.
Away from cities and civilization, you may come across trails in nature, such as hiking trails or portaging trails. Point is, these are signs of a society, particularly in the case of New Vegas, one that is rebuilding. It only makes sense that people would follow existing roads. Fallout 3 wipes most of the roads off of the map entirely.
Evidence cited, source, please. You know, I'm getting a bit tired in the night, but I just want to close this out. Show evidence. There's definitely some roads. A lot of them are decrepit. Okay, it's a lot. Took a lot more damage than the West. The bombings would have nuked a lot of stuff, and there are buildings for guidance, pretty much.
There seems to be little rhyme or reason for their placements in most cases.
It's the destruction, okay? You just want to strip out the actual content of the story where it got bombed off. Roads exist where, in certain little sections, I mean, there's enough roads and enough rubble of roads to actually tell when there was roads, where there aren't roads in the game, but that's besides the point.
Now, even that is fine. There's nothing at all wrong with that. But you'd think in a world where people are trying to survive, and one in which trade is regularly cited as a solution to many of the other problems in the game, that at the very least some trails would start to get worn in the dirt from the travel of caravans, or hunters that supposedly bring necessary supplies to each settlement or potential travelers. But there isn't. Yet another victim of Fallout 3's abysmal world build.
Oh, why not show an examples? Yeah, I get your point. That there isn't any visible sign of it, but have a factor in that maybe it would be harder. The wasteland has been severely contaminated. I came fact check, but definitely the soil probably has hardened up to a certain degree. And there are some paths here and there and signs. It's really not anything worth arguing with. Don't really care at this point. It's just verifying it would be a waste of time at this point. Just hearing your closing statements.
For a world that's supposedly trying to rebuild and survive in the post-apocalypse.
Yeah, they aren't at that stage yet. Why do you keep getting the idea? You keep conflating that Fallout 3 should follow the same practice of Fallout 1 and 2. And I believe that's a faulty argument. Different ethics of a different place in the post-apocalypse. That's what Fallout 3 was trying to do. Sorry it doesn't meet your standards. Met many standards of many people. People overlooking little flaws. Terrible idea. Wasting crap. You've really going a whole... There's no road. Oh, God. You just pile on the criticism any point you can grasp at. I just want to see your ending. Closing statements. Okay.
I should have been a little prepared. Picked up the key, opened the door. Don't have a clue what I am in for. There's a boy on the counter, cut up in pieces, still making sounds. He's barely breathing. I'm not a doctor, I can't make him better. All I can do is try to put him together. He's made of staples and broken bones, bruises from chapters, stories untold. If I had a wish, it'd be make him whole. He's barely alive.
Close out with that after this.
Funnily enough, there are few enough quests that one could probably go through every individual quest in detail.
But instead, I'm going to hope that I've said enough to persuade you that maybe some of the narrative about Fallout 3 and its terrible, utter betrayal of Fallout isn't fair. That in some ways, Fallout 3 is actually a great success as a sequel to the classic Fallout.
As opposed
See, that's a lot to unpack there. I want to get in before Kurtosis gets his snide comment. I believe it was definitely in the spirit of Tin Cane, exploring a different set of ethics in a completely different thing. Did Bethesda have shoddy programming and didn't really think of covering every base to Kurtosis's autistic requirements almost 14 years later, when immersion wasn't really a high talking point? No. Did they have the foundations and framework to support it? Absolutely.
opposed to the narrative that Fallout 3 is an utterly genius masterpiece that actually...
Okay, that is a clear straw man. Who said that? He's just trying to say it's fairly good and it did some things differently. Definitely a clear straw man there. You're definitely projecting. Or you're just autistically so fucking hung up that Bethesda and anyone who supports them is completely dishonest. Might be projection. It might just be a distorted worldview that comes from a really fucked up framework or mindset. Your negativity. You don't talk about positive shit, so talk about something you love. Maybe I just haven't watched it. You can't get views off of it, I guess. That's not what your audience craves. Your audience wants you to see it Bethesda or tear down other critics of properties they love, like Mueller or Rags or a lot of these other critics who just get their audience for their hate, and when they hate the wrong things or like the wrong things, they lose people and they fragment off like dust, like sand in the wind. Bill and Ted quote there.
Did do pretty much everything really well, and the critics are all just a bunch of hypocritical morons.
No. Dishonest, wrong, and that's just the three I covered. There are people with very valid criticism. Fallout 3. little lamp, well, maybe just on YouTube, little lamplight, the ending of Fallout 3. There's little bits of criticism that you trickled in that actually probably had some validity, but not to the autistic degree that you want to hype it up with. But that's besides the point. Even if I want to agree with you, you make it hard with really your negative outlook that you let a little response to from a bigger YouTuber. I mean, I hope your success based on all your negative input is going to be worth everything in your life. All the positive. Wait, no, there isn't going to be positivity when you build your brand on negativity. You're not going to have positivity. You're just going to have negativity. Sorry, that's how it goes. I mean, maybe you have other things to counterbalance that in your life, but I can only judge certain elements from what I see, what I hear, and crap like that.
Who don't know what they want and can't appreciate that Fallout 3 actually has everything they complain that it doesn't.
Straw man, no, he's saying it has value. Just not necessarily the value that you want it. Okay, definitely.
It's a very different but very worthy companion to New Vegas. And maybe even that in some way.
You are a freaking asshole. You're just laughing at other people's opinions. That is not... Oh, you're such a fucking little sad little man. You can laugh at that sort of shit. That is so fucking pathetic that you can only laugh at that. It's your only reaction to that. Oh, you take 8 hours and you think you can just laugh at a genuine effort which actually respects New Vegas. You might think it doesn't respect it enough because you put New Vegas on such a fucking high pedestal. There are flaws with New Vegas. You roaches just won't let anyone outside your group make that criticism. You have to be specially tailored criticism to not be that bad.
In some of the experiments it did, with the mechanics it mixed together, it created one of the most interesting representations of the wasteland in the entire Fallout franchise.
Just think of everything I've talked about up until this point.
I have, and he is not incorrect. The very thing he states about it is the reason you want to hate on it, because it follows the spirit of Fallout, but it does not follow the formula of Interplay Fallout. He is absolutely correct. Not absolutely correct. Correct enough for my taste. Close enough to count.
How terrible the world building is on every level.
Something that does not... Your arguments against world building, maybe I missed a few. I don't care. Your initial Mr. Caption argument is sad enough to actually invalidate most of it. When you build your foundations of your fundamental destroyed, even your little buddy, Father E sort of disagrees that the crater was made. It just wasn't as big initially and they had to dig it out. That is the best theory there. And he is just like you, a hater of Bethesda, but he accepts that that world building works there. Not everyone is so diehard to object to everything.
Dead world, utterly incapable of supporting life. A world in which there are no consequences upon the wasteland for nuking a town. A world in which a water crisis is treated as a total non-issue by just about everyone in that.
And you treat everyone like they're non-people. I know they're NPCs, just code, but you have to give some to get some back. That is the contract with any video game. You don't have the right to play any video game and criticize it if you're not giving it an ounce of charitability. Your freaking one-sided rampage against this game is clear. Your bias makes you unsuitable for criticizing this game and most games. Maybe if you're maybe you do much better of a job in another subject matter. I would love to see you try. Your amnesia rebirth was almost decent. Still couldn't stand your freaking methodology. You just embraced the negativity as his brand by that point. So you just played into freaking Matt of John of Many a True Nerd's hand. He just sent you further down the dark side. Why he who knows with him. As I said, you two are up. I think you're more the opposite side of someone like Oxhorn or whoever is the worst Fallout defender.
That world who is affected by it. A stagnant world has been lived in for 200 years, yet nothing new is being made. Everyone survives off of scavenging.
Nothing new is being made. Do you not know about resource shortage and how a nuclear war would mean you would have to recycle? We're in a resource shortage, right? We're close to a resource shortage now. And 200 years, we're going to be fucked probably. Unless we start mining from the stars. Well, not stars. From the comet belt, that is the most likely solution, or else our civilization, if we went through a nuclear war, we would have to scavenge because there would be no technology to dig up any new material. We would have to recycle to make anything. But you're probably just too dumb to actually realize this. Not well enough versed in sci-fi lore. Outside of Star Wars or Fallout, what fucking basis do you base any of your thought process on? Do you think beyond the freaking scope of the reality? Your ethics are so horribly broken that you can't see that there is some gray area. Even in Fallout 3, it might just be a freaking little sliver, but the gray area is there. People of a certain mindset can see that gray area in even the slaver town of Paradise Falls. And they're not going to simply write off the crazed scientist you have to save your father from as a evil man. Yeah, he was evil. Did he start out evil? Who knows? Did Hitler start out evil? Probably not. People don't start out evil. Things lead them to evil paths. And this is the sort of shit of branding yourself with such hardcore negativity is something that can lead you straight down the evil path if you're not careful. Considering how limited you are in your thinking and your autistic streak, it's bound to happen. You become what you hate. Fucking you and your fans seem to have some moralistic crusade, like some freaking critics, justice warriors. Not just social justice warriors. You don't care about society. You care about games, movies, media. You don't care about the real world. You care about your precious entitled little opinions, you fucking little sniveling little bitches. Okay, it's funny to me, okay? And John and Madden and me, one day he's gonna look back and be like, I don't know what people like that. I'm more on your side than Madden inside. He's living a pipe dream full of delusions, filled with positive messaging and being praised and being like, you improved my life. I was going to commit suicide and all that sort of moralistic bullshit. Well, about positivity, and you're going to fall into the pits of hell. I don't even know what to say. The fact you can't see it is just so sad.
Or the power of the developers saying they just are because of reasons. A world in which every building in Megaton has power but no power source. A world in which killing a character results in a name being painted on a sign, but that character's employee still complains about that character as if he never died. A world in which characters have somehow obtained enough wealth to be rich snob stereotypes with no source or reasoning behind it. A world in which a town full of children exists because the developers thought it would be cool, yet there's no source for new children. Far greater strength, children. A world in which a town full of children exists because the developers thought it would be cool, yet there's no source for new children.
Yes, badly implemented, based off of a vault already established in the Fallout Bible there. Okay, it was badly implemented and badly designed. It was probably also added for the cool factor, but just saying you don't need cool things because you and you're autistic, limited thinking, can't think beyond it, you got one correctly. Yay. They should have had Big Town much closer and had some sort of Big Town bring orphans and their own children into it. Create that sort of culture. That could have worked dynamically, but they were either too lazy or didn't care to think it through. I will agree with you on that. Let's see any other points I'll actually agree with, because there's very little. I'm not going to say all the points you're bringing up are invalid. Just most of them lack the actual spirit of real thinking.
And their flimsy wooden barricades have held off the super mutants, who have far greater strength, not to mention access to powerful weapons, and who have been a plague to everyone else in the wasteland at every turn, at every location, every piece of lore in the game. You've got a pretty strange standard for what is interesting, John.
But perhaps best of all, I might inspire you to replay Fallout 3 and give it another chance.
He doesn't. As I said at the start of this video, I'm not here to tell anyone they're wrong for liking Fallout 3.
Maybe not. But still, you're a pathetic little snobbling bitch who's trying to fucking game the system. Trying to act like you are right when a lot of your points are wrong, and you build other points off of wrong points and now give a distorted perception. You twist John's word, and that is provable. You might not want to accept it. Your fans might not want to accept it. Answer any of my questions. Why did you freaking have that long ass Jonathan Franks tells you you're wrong for 47 seconds and then go on if you weren't trying to distract and pull a bait and switch so people would forget? And then I put in your context and none of your fans address it. No one really addressed it, but it is a very valid point. I might have been a little bit too good faith with John, but I also criticized the point I believed he was trying to make in that.
However, most of the criticism against the game is accurate and deserved.
Not your criticism. Your criticism is crap. There's a few points, there's a few golden little chunks in your shit turd of a video. I probably missed a few. Sorry I didn't get it all, but I wouldn't want to be accused of being excessive by covering your whole fucking little 8-hour video. I damned if I do, damned if I don't. Gonna be done.
Criticism is important, because if we want better games, we have to be willing to criticize their failings or their weak points, Because when you give a pass to garbage, it's telling the developers that low-quality work is fine. It's why we got the likes of Fallout 4 and Fallout 76.
False equivalence. You cannot prove that, okay? The market forces are a more likely reason for both those games, and the criticisms levied against Fallout 3 in the wake of Fallout New Vegas might have had an impact on the design of Fallout 4. Bethesda didn't know what to do with the criticisms, just like John wasn't sure what to do with some of the criticisms, so they just threw the kitchen sink at it, and that's how you had Fallout 4. Okay, just a theory of mine, but between that and market forces, inevitable. No one cares about your fucking criticisms. You need to accept that. There's much more better critics who can be a lot more entertaining and have some humor with their fucking reviews while you're a humorless shell of a prick. And yeah, I'm being an asshole towards Kritosis because it's fun. Not because I have personal animosity. I don't know the guy. He's been sort of a dick to me in freaking comment section, but I don't take that personally. It's just sometimes fun to rail on little shit stains of people who got a few thousand subscribers, probably only a strong fan base of a couple hundred people, probably some people just mindless sheep wanting to fit in like every other fucking little mindless little group who needs to band together. I don't need to band together with anyone. I want to find people interested in the same subjects I am. My subjects that I care about are more vast, and I like to put more thought on it. It's not very marketable for having a YouTube channel, but I don't care about a YouTube channel. I care about talking about whatever, researching whatever, and doing whatever. I'm about freedom and choice, while you're stuck in this little niche market that if you go out, you lose your little fan base. So you need to keep railing against. If you lose Bethesda, the golden shit turd egg, you're going to have to find a new target that possibly has someone way better. And who knows how that'll turn out for you. Who knows how toxic of a shit stain you are in reality. If it's anything like you are with
Well, it
videos,
seems unlikely to happen.
If it's anything like this video would indicate, I feel sad for you. And you really need to readjust your priorities. Seriously. I don't give a shit about you, but personally, I don't want harm to come to anyone in any degree. You want it, that's your problem. I don't wish harm on Kritosis or anyone in his posse. I just feel sad for them. I spent about 3 months looking over
It's better than you think.
criticism. I could be wrong in some of my points, but I have no motivation. Okay? I do what I want. I create what I want. I try to have fun with what I want. I have to move. I get bored easily, so I move subject to subject. I'm going to have to learn to come back and have a focus if I want to keep any subscribers of any base, but I'll figure it out. Maybe I'll take suggestions. Definitely taking a month off of this shit before I try to come back. Said Elden Ring, trying to do a review of Critical Drinker's new book, Dark Harvest. Quite interesting, quite flawed, but at least better than half the dribble writers in Hollywood probably could come up with. Not to mention what half the writers on the general market puts out. Still might be critical. Wonder what sort of feedback I'll get from that.
That's the first time around, and I'll say it again here. Fallout 3 is far worse than I imagined.
It is not your delusional little turd shit. Okay? Your evidence, which you want to vehemently debunk. I don't care about debunking your arguments. Your arguments are mostly stupid. They're built on the back of much better critics, personally. I can't prove that. Jefferson Anderson had quite an interesting video that almost seemed to be very similar along your lines. Parallel thought. I'm not accusing you of plagiarism. There is just signs that make me think in that direction. I don't need to prove it. I don't care to prove it. It's just a fun thought to me that maybe any talent, critical talent you might have, you lifted off of other people. And it would show hard work. You're definitely a hard worker. You just working towards the wrong freaking goal with the wrong freaking motivation.
Before doing these videos, or even making this channel, I knew Fallout 3 had issues. But I had the original response to John. I'm still finding the original response to John, and the second time being my standalone analysis, and despite all that, I'm still...
Your standalone analysis, from just the little I saw, was some bullshit metagaming that really wasn't worth crap. And it's just joke. You say that the Fallout tutorial level should have done things like Fallout 1 with just a simple screen. Then you suggest a fix that is not necessary unless you're a min-max fucking gamer. You've shown other signs of complaining about save scumming, I believe the term. Scum save, whatever the fuck. It's getting late. And metagaming tactics into criticism. If people want to use metagame knowledge to actually defend the game, you have no leg to stand on for using metagame criticism, so to speak, to attack the game. I made that point before. I thought I would reiterate before I close this bitch up.
Still finding new issues with the game. It really is a disaster on every level. As for John's video, he barely had any valid or accurate points throughout. He removed content.
You really hold on to that, and you've done the same exact thing as John. You don't want to admit it because you think it'll make you feel weak. That you think that your points are so special, so right, so righteous, a moralistic crusade to take down those damn dirty Bethesda shills. I don't know if a John's a Bethesda shill or not. He made some valid points. He made some crap points. He has a certain bias and a very subjective view where he inserts his own thoughts. But at least he wasn't a complete shit stain like you are. Have fun. Do another response to me if you really want to. I might do a response, I might not. Definitely not within the next week, so save my time and don't pull shit like that. And don't make it too fucking little dumbass shit.
The skeleton key still in my pocket. A small part of me wants to close the door and lock it. Wherever we go, we scream at the monster. Wherever we go, the church on fire. Riches from start to stories untold. If I had a wish, we can make you all. We bury the one, so is that. Who's made of staples and broken bones, bruises from chapters, stories untold. If I had a wish, it'd be make him whole. He's barely alive.